Are we ready? I think we're ready. Sup, mates, and welcome to Alex Tries to Game. It has been 4 years since my last broadcast on Twitch or YouTube, so welcome back, and myself as well, I guess. A bit of a new situation, bit of a new setting, new home, moved out of my parents' basement. It's always good. And it took me about this long to set everything up again. So here we are. So today we're going to be playing Hearts of Iron 4. Good, one of my favorites. Good strategy game, World War II strategy game. I won't do too much explaining the game itself, but in terms of our run today, we're going to be playing as Spain for an anarcho-communist run. So I have currently every DLC up to and including La Résistance, unless I'm forgetting something. Don't have Battle of the Bosphorus yet. Haven't really felt the need. But today we're going to be playing as Spain. Now, I haven't actually played Spain post La Résistance yet. It used to be my favorite nation to play back when the game pretty much first launched. It was Spain or Iran, which I know are like kind of odd choices when you've got like the big boys in the middle here, but I like being like sort of middle tier, like capable of influencing things, but not like the absolute great fulcrum of everything. Now with La Résistance, there's a lot more going on in Spain. The civil war is no longer two-sided, fascists versus communists. Now it's, I think, four-sided? 5? I don't remember, but it's going to be a good time. It's just a massive little pre-war before World War II, and everything goes to hell like immediately, and it's fantastic. So I have not played Spain before. I have not actually like watched any gameplay of Spain before. The only thing that I've done is, I mean, I've seen Spain go on while I was playing other nations, and I've read like a dev diary about the Spanish situation right before La Résistance came out. So this is going to be a bit of a mystery to me as well. Custom game rules. I normally leave everything on default with historical AI focuses off. There is one thing I recently started doing though, is Manchukuo. I tend to leave them on obedience. And the reason for that, I actually have a default for that, Loyal Qing. The reason for that, that's this nation over here. If you don't know what I'm talking about, basically this is a big World War II scenario where things might not necessarily go historically. So like, as we know historically, you know, Germany started getting big and beefy, started demanding territory from everybody around it. Eventually, they declare war on Belgium, Netherlands, France, Luxembourg, and the UK is like, hey, France is my buddy, maybe you should stop doing that. And then a huge, massive war extended across the entire world. Now, that's obviously a very dumbed-down version, but basically the way this game works is you can set things to being historical. You can make it so that Germany does, in fact, slowly build up, and then eventually attack France, and then the United Kingdom gets drawn in, etc., etc. Or and actually, I do recommend that if you're first starting this game, because it's a great way to learn the game, to have a little bit of predictability to it. But the great part of the replay value of this game is you can turn that off. You can say, you know, every nation ever, just do stuff. Like, you know, France might do its historical route of, you know, staying democratic, allying with the UK, appeasing Germany until it's too late, or they might, I don't know, oust the democracy, or take down the democracy, install a monarchy again, bring back the Napoleon line, and then go after Germany and UK as vengeance for previous defeats historically. You never know. And with every single nation in the world going on these random paths, it can get really, really interesting. Now, the reason I turn Manchukuo to obedience mode is that Manchukuo is a puppet of Japan. Basically, Japan conquered this area and installed a Chinese leader as a puppet of their own nation in order to lead these Manchu areas. By the way, my history on the area is very flawed and pretty much comes entirely from Paradox Games. But the idea is you can, as Manchukuo, rebel against the Japanese and declare war on Japan. Now, the problem with that, when the AI does it, is if they do that after Japan has declared war on China, which, spoiler alert, they probably will, or the Soviets, then that puts them at a war with China and Japan. So if you go over here and you talk about people who are allied with China at war with Japan are now suddenly also at war with Manchukuo, and therefore, what was it? It was allies of one side are now suddenly fighting allies of the other side when they really had no interest in the war to begin with. Basically, it just creates a really weird situation where, in effect, Japan and, like, Germany can be at war for no reason, and I don't find it that fun. So I turned it off. That was a whole lot of spiel to say that that's our start. I'm going to turn off Iron Man just because I normally always play an Iron Man because achievements are great. Just for the stream, in case something goes wrong, I'll be able to load it up from where we just were. So, without further ado, let us begin. As Spain in 1936. Spain, historically, Great Civil War in 1936, was won by Francisco Franco on the nationalist side. But we're going to change that up. We're going to be fighting on the anarcho-communist side. So there are several sides to this fight. There's the historical victors, the nationalists. There's the Republican side. There's the so the Republican side are sort of like a Stalinist communist, and then there's the anarcho-communist. So there's like authoritarian versus... Are these... Every time I start a game, I have to turn off all these tutorials. They're great, but like... Is there an option for that? I always forget how I turn them off, but... Can I turn off all? Whatever, I'll just keep turning them off every time. And then there's the... So I was saying there's all these different sides. There's the authoritarian communists, there's the anarcho-communists, so like anarchy, people who don't want a government-ish. There's the Carlists, which I'm not 100% on the history there, but they want a king that was related to both Spain and France. The Carlings, I guess it goes that far back? I genuinely don't really know. So, we're going to start by looking at the focus tree. So the first decision we're going to be making is basically, do we want to go on the, hilariously, the left or the right? And funnily enough, they put the left politically on the right actual, the Popular Front here. So this would be the communist side or the monarchist nationalist side. So we're going to be going on the communist side. So we're going to start this, the Popular Front. The danger posed by fascism and religious superstitions to our personal liberties is paramount, and we must establish a broad front of political parties that are united in their opposition to the right. Only if we band together will we be able to halt their advance and save our republic. So we're going to push communism and non-aligned people, and hopefully if we do everything right and we make everybody happy, then there won't be a civil war, because, like, you know, nobody likes civil wars. A whole lot of people die for nothing in civil wars, so let's just not have a civil war. By making everybody listen to us and agree to us in everything that we do or say. That sounds reasonable to me. I'm just going to do a standard start for the research. This is pretty much... I don't know if you would want anything different as Spain because you're going to be fighting a lot sooner, but the general philosophy is... for most countries, your first researches is expand your industry, expand your research, because the military technologies, while very useful later, don't really mean much early game, because you're not fighting. Come to think of it, because we are Spain, we're probably going to be fighting fairly soon, but... I don't know. I haven't played this, so we'll see how that shakes out. In terms of construction, we're probably going to want... I don't think... Because the fighting's going to start before these civilian factories really become relevant to the military factories, right? Like, I could build infrastructure, I could build air bases. I don't think that's going to be super useful. Really, it's this factory or this factory at this stage in the game. I think I'm going to start with military factories right away, so that we have a bit of an edge in the actual fighting, the production of arms and armaments, because I think the number of guns is really going to be a determining factor. I'm going to build in... Okay, so here's one of those times where I don't speak Spanish. I don't know Spanish. I know French, and I know a tiny bit of Italian. So, like, I can sometimes read Spanish and understand what Spanish is trying to say to me. I have no idea how to pronounce it. So, there's going to be a lot of Spanish that I'm going to be reading, and it's not going to be pronounced correctly. And you're going to have to be okay with that, okay? Okay? So, we're going to build some factories in Catalonia. And the reason for that is that it's just a great place, you know? And as anarcho-communists, I just really like this corner of the country, and I think it should be developed as hard as we possibly can. Because that sounds just like a decent thing to do. We have a whole bunch of free factories. Do I want to put them all into infantry equipment? I think I want to put... Because we're not going to have expensive units, right? We're not going to have units that really have a lot of support equipment or artillery. It's nice to have some. It's nice. But really, I think for this early war, we just want dudes with guns running around. So, Destroyer Carbine? I'm sorry, is that the name of this gun? Okay, well, we have to make more of those. Destroyer Carbine, that's amazing. Okay, well, that's decision made. Let's see, decisions we can make. This is all pretty standard stuff. We don't want to do war propaganda. We mostly don't want to do this stuff. We might do improved working conditions. We'll see how things shake out. I don't know. Basically, these decisions, you click buttons, you spend this political power, and things happen. So with improved worker conditions, we basically sacrifice our industry in order to improve national stability. That might prove useful to us in the future. At the moment, I think not, but I'll leave it the alert for it active so that I can consider it when it's available. Let's take a look at our divisions. We have División de Infantería. Okay, so this is pretty much what I expected. A fairly decent, okay amount of infantry coupled with support artillery and engineering companies. So basically they are a whole bunch of dudes with guns and a little bit of giant cannons and dudes who know how to entrench. So this is actually a pretty solid infantry sort of layout. That's this one here. Our garrison division, fairly standard. I'm probably not going to be changing this throughout the game. That's going to be like sitting in ports and coast and whatever. Just like light enough that it's not expensive, but heavy enough that it can probably repel a decent attack at sea. Hi Sierra, thank you very much for your kind words. I'm just, I might... Chat is normally like right in my face when I stream, but with my new setup, it's on the other monitor, on the other side of the other monitors, so I might not notice things right away, but I will try to check as much as I can. Mountain divisions, that's interesting. I'll probably be updating these as we go, you know, thicken them out, give them a bit more to them. Wow, that is a thick cavalry division. Okay, so it's like 1 billion cavalry plus more cavalry on recon. Okay, so it's just a lot of horses altogether. Now, of course, as Spain, we actually have, where is it? Military disloyalty. Our military doesn't like us. And so there was a failed coup 4 years ago that casts a shadow of the Spanish military to this day. So basically, the military doesn't like us. And because of that, we cannot actually do any changes to our military layout. We cannot recruit more soldiers. So really all this sort of faffing about has just been for information purposes. In terms of the actual military themselves, how I'm going to deal with them, it doesn't matter. Because normally you stick people on a border and have them wait. But that doesn't matter because the border is going to explode in the middle and all these guys are going to get reshuffled all over the place anyway. I don't know if we want a better standing army, so if I should train them, or if that actually benefits this side. Because I think there was something to do with the left wants to, disband the army. But I don't think that has anything to do with my currently standing army, so I think I can safely train them, maybe? I don't know. Let's find out. I'm going to Shift K. I'm going to miss the K button. I'm going to Shift K, and basically what that means is that's going to get everybody to do drilling exercises, and because I did Shift K, it means any unit that maxes out their experience level will just automatically stop and wait for further orders, so we're not wasting equipment or anything while training. Is it normal that this is this kind of weird yellowy green color? I'm used to friendly units being a darker solid green. I was playing this last night and suddenly everything's different. This is weird. Anyway. Oh! I wanted to do a bit of a shout out because I don't remember if I did this when I debuted the art. This art, I believe on... Here, let me just bring up... It's on this side. Right here. Art for the channel, all of it done by the beautiful and wonderful Sierra, who is nearby. She might pop in at some point. It looks like she's on her way. She did it! Hello. She did that, and she's absolutely wonderful. And in addition to that, she also did my wonderful break art that will replace my face right now. So that's wonderful. I'm very happy to be using this excellent channel art and offering my sincerest thanks for it. Are we ready to unpause? It's always the decision in this game. It's like, have you finished everything? And now I think trade situation's okay, diplomatic situation never matters, intelligence situation, we could create an intelligence agency. Do we want to right away, or is it more important to build factories? I'm going to go with the latter. I think that intelligence agency we will eventually want, for sure. But at the moment, I think our factories are better serving us by building more factories. So that should be everything. I'm going to unpause the game, and we begin. So we'll go up to 4 speed here, just because these early days are kind of just waiting around. And meanwhile, I guess I should assign some commanders to these units. So we will start with the field marshal. What is this? Nationalist sympathies. So that's bad. This guy's probably going to leave us the second, well, almost certainly going to leave us the second the Civil War starts. So we're going to assign the other guy. He is an expert delegator, which I don't think General Max army group size. Oh, so he can take control of 7 armies. As Spain, I doubt we're going to hit 7 armies under 1 field marshal, but it could happen. Meanwhile, the slightly more... Wow, that's a good-looking outfit right there. That's a nice hat. It's got a little bow tie, too. Nice. But, unfortunately, he is a nationalist sympathizer, so he is unlikely to stay on our side. And when I say unlikely, I mean he's not gonna. He doesn't like us. He does not like me personally. He does not like this stream. And for that, he can be fired for all I care. Instead, we're going to hire General Luch. Luch, is that? Okay, sure. He's a brilliant strategist. Not really much going for him, just good stats overall. So that's nice. I don't think we... Do we have any specific, like, Panzer Division leaders? We have a Hirsch leader. It doesn't really mean anything. See, it seems like everybody... Okay, so if we go further down, we have, like, infantry leaders, Mountaineer here, a lot of infantry leaders. So it seems like the nationalist side... Sorry, the Republican side does seem very much to err on the side of infantry, whereas the nationalists get a little bit more variety. Well, they got some cavalry officers. Was there a panzer leader anywhere? There's no panzer leaders anywhere, so not much in terms of tanks. Okay. well, it's not the worst thing in the world. So they get better generals, but ours are okay. Time is still progressing, so if we take a look around, we can take a look at wow, okay. So right away, France is being interesting. France is reviving the national bloc, which does not necessarily mean they are going in the direction of fascists or monarchists. However, it does enable the option to do so. They could still go their historical democratic route, just using the right-leaning party as opposed to the left-leaning party. It does, however, mean that they will, for certain, not go communist. Okay, so let's take a look at our list here. So we're going to need to pick between one or the other. Now, the great thing about this focus tree is there's not a huge amount of decisions. There's not a lot of prioritization to be done. So we want either gain base stability 5%, and we get 10 poorly trained units with 3 infantry battalions, and the nationalists gain 5 trained units with 6 infantry battalions, and I believe this is the opposite. Okay, so we basically pick, do we want a few good troops or a lot of bad troops? My usual leaning is a few good troops will always be better, but if we need to hold a large front, we're probably going to be better off encircling the enemy using a lot of units and just starving them out, rather than just simply winning fights. I think that's probably the better way to go. I don't know if that's the best tactical decision, but it's the tactical decision I'm going to make. By the way, I did bring up espionage earlier. We will eventually be making an intelligence agency, so in chat, I would like to hear suggestions for a good Spanish intelligence agency. A bunch of Spanish spies. And by the way, if you come up with the Spanish Inquisition, you're not clever, but you're still funny, because I came up with that before and I like it. But if somebody comes up with a better idea, very happy to hear it. And of course, if you like that idea, feel free to just keep suggesting it and it'll just sound more popular. Okay, so we are securing the Guardia Civil, so Civil Guard, probably. And then Guardia, the Spanish, this is important. The Spanish election of 1936. Despite a massive election campaign by the Spanish Confederation of Autonomous Rights, it is the left-wing Popular Front, formed by the Spanish Socialist Workers' Party and the Republican left, with the aid of the anarchists, communists, and trade unionists, which appear to have won the 1936 elections. Illustrating a heavily divided Spanish political landscape, the Popular Front's lead in the popular vote seems to be far more narrow than the comfortable lead in seats would indicate. Whichever new government will be formed under the leadership of President Niceto Alcala Zamora in the days and weeks ahead, it will have to deal with an increasingly alienated and hostile political right. Rather than solve the political violence and social unrest that grips the country, it therefore seems likely that the recent elections' results will only serve to exacerbate it. Only through the extinguishing of fascism can Spain survive. So, basically, we won the elections with a massive landslide in seats, but a only slim popular vote margin. So there's some tensions. So I can expand garrison control, and okay, so now I need to start thinking about control in our country. So if we take a look at the decisions here, the whole country, wow, okay, it just got complicated. So I'm going to pause the game. Select where to manage your garrison influence. So basically, Spain is currently under our control, but it's not really. We need to win the hearts and minds of the Spanish people by shooting people that disagree with us. So we're going to be basically picking all these different states and wrestling for control over them. So this is a system which I probably should have read about in some way before, but we're going to learn about it together. Wonderful tea made by Sierra as well. Thank you very much. So, we have, and she's back. A little bit. Wait, I don't know if you were Oh, yeah, there you are. Okay. I'm seeing the stream on a delay, so... okay, so we can select where we manage our influence. So I guess Madrid is basically the center of our influence. There's a military plot that will go off in 250 days. Looks like 2 of them. And it will only stop if there's a civil war. Okay, cool. So this is basically, this is going to happen. Yeah. Okay, so this is like, this is the right side, this is the left side. Gotcha. So I can imprison somebody. Primo de Rivera. I guess that must be our... our political rival here. He's going to make a speech, and then we can throw him in prison. That sounds like a good idea to me. I can make a political arrest if somebody has been assassinated, which is nice. Oh, and this extends the military plot. Okay, so this whole thing, this will happen, but I can make it take longer. So that's good. And and this will also prevent further influence. So this sounds like a priority. Once his first speech is made, we could probably just chuck him. It's possible that some of these situations will update. Like if we just chuck him after the first speech, maybe people won't like that. I don't know. But we'll find out. Army leaders' loyalty has been swayed. So that whole sympathy thing. How do we sway leader loyalty? That's interesting. Oh, that would probably be under here. Wow, it even uses the same words that I just used. Concessions to the left, but we are the left. I guess like taking our voter base and making them even happier. I can, so political power gain can go up, stability can go up, both very good things. Construction speed and factory output and dockyard output go down, but that's not the worst thing in the world, all things considered, especially since a lot of this seems like it's going to be eating a lot of political power. So this sounds like a good idea. Reassign disloyal leader. So we can, oh, that's interesting. So we can just start, will not be available to the nationalists 2 months after the start of the Civil War. Okay. That's not great though. Basically what this is saying is that these guys here that have the nationalist sympathies, we can prevent the nationalists from using this leader when the Civil War starts for, was it 2 months? 2 months is a decent amount of time, but it's not insane. I don't think I'm going to worry too much about this. I don't think it's that important. I think concessions to the left is probably pretty good because stability and political power, stability gives political power, and political power does seem to be a big deal. Let's take a look at this. So this is what they're doing. They're currently doing hand over CETA campaign chest. I don't know what that does. Sway leader loyalty. Oh, so they're going to start stealing my leaders, my military leaders. And they're starting with Jose Miaja? Is that one of these guys? It's not one of these guys. Oh, that's Francisco Franco. Hang on a second. Isn't he? Isn't Francisco Franco the eventual leader of the nationalist side? Or am I getting something very wrong? Huh. Maybe I'm just getting my names wrong, but why doesn't he have the nationalist sympathies if he, to my memory, is the leader of the nationalist side? It was Francisco Franco, right? I know that name, but... I don't know. Okay, so... I think we need to do some concessions to the left. And what was the other thing? Influence challenged by Valencia Garrison. Sorry, Valencia. Because Spanish from Spain people don't use S's. So... increase nationalist garrison control by 1 step. So is there nothing we can do? Oh, so this, we have control over everything, but they're going to try to steal it from us. Okay, well that's fine. We can respond to that. no problem. All right. So let's continue. Looking some other people. Portugal is an interesting one. They have a lot of options available to them. I played a Portugal game in which I just clicked a button and took over all of Spain, which was kind of interesting and quite fun. They're just currently going down a generic make the army better. They're still reviving the national bloc. We don't know what the Joymans are doing. But really, when it comes to the Germans, either they're going to be a big problem in Europe, or they're going to be a big problem for themselves by assassinating Hitler. Which really is a big problem for themselves in the short term, but then in the end turns out really good for themselves. Because it turns out, Hitler might have screwed some things over a little bit. If we take a look at the UK always is a fulcrum on which the entire game rests. It's always like, are we going to have fascist or democratic England? And the entire flavor of the game can change wildly based on that decision. It looks like they are, at the very least, going to maintain a historical view on their empire, on their colonies. They are going to improve their colonies and keep them sticking around. Okay, so they have started their influence on the Valencia garrison, which means, can I click this to counter them? So Valencia is, how do I do this? Okay, so if I click here, okay, that's 20 political power, and it looks like we've gone from 1 to 2. Influence challenged, okay, but is that it? Okay, they're going to be going to Granada next. Oh, it looks like one of the military plots went away, so it must have correctly went to the right side. Literal right side, actually. I don't 100% understand the... Okay, so they've done their thing in Granada? Can I click it now? Oh, I don't have enough power to click it. So they might just take over Granada and laugh at us, which is fine. They're going to have something. There's no way we're going to be hanging on to all of Spain. So basically what we're doing is we're trying to keep as much of it as possible. And especially when it comes to Valencia, I would like to hang on to it. Generally speaking, I think with the Civil War, I would like to have contiguous land stemming from Barcelona. I think... Oh, thank you, Sierra, for looking that up. He was on the nationalist side. So our field marshal, our most powerful military guy, is the eventual leader of the bad guys. Well, the bad guys from our perspective. And quite frankly, from history's perspective, it's complicated. Spanish Civil War is very complicated. It's easy to say there were bad guys, but I haven't read enough of it to know for sure if there were good guys. Italy, what are you doing? Italy does literally one thing in this game. They don't really have choices. Well, that's not true. They have the choice of Greece and Turkey, who's your friend and who's not. And actually, no, that's not true. Sometimes other people can make choices for them. Like, for example, Hungary can say, hey, Italy, you know Hitler? What if you liked me instead? And then Italy is now in the Pact of Rome, which is an alliance between Hungary and Italy and sometimes Austria. And they go it together against Hitler. Sometimes the UK will say, hey, Italy, you want to be friends with us? So basically, Italy, they themselves don't have a huge amount of choice in this game. They're a really, really good and really, really fun nation, but they don't have a huge amount of choice in terms of their national focuses, but other people can make, can influence them a whole bunch. Okay, so we have secured the Civil Guard. We can train the Union Youth, which will give us 5 well-trained units with 3 infantry battalions. So they're well-trained, they're not very, like, heavy, but something's better than nothing, right? We want as many dudes as possible. Now, I remember from reading the dev diaries, when it comes to the left and right, one side benefits from a lot of prep, and one side benefits from starting the Civil War as soon as possible. I think the left wants more prep, but I'm not certain about that. We'll find out together. Decisions available. Secure leader loyalty. Ooh. One of our dudes has been dismissed. The power struggle between the various parties. I won't read every single one of these. So recently has come to a head. President, centrist, and compromising policies has alienated supporters. So Niceto, I think he's our presidente. Yeah. So he is being dismissed. We are removing the government power struggle, and we are instead getting Manuel Azaña. So rather than political power gain down and stability up, we are getting political power gain up and stability down. I don't know which one I prefer. I think I would actually prefer this guy, but this isn't the worst thing in the world. So at the end of the day, we just get this guy now. Sure, that's fine. This is probably historical in some way. When we talk about long-term goals for the game, we can't, because I know I want to be an anarcho-communist. I don't know what that really does for us in terms of the global political sphere, if anybody is likely to join us, if we can make factions as anarcho-communists, what basically the end game for anarcho-communists looks like. I have no idea, because I've never seen them win, and I haven't really read the national focus tree too far down. Generally speaking, we want as many things as we can get, but really I think the primary we'll talk about this in a second. The primary goal for us is become an anarcho-communist and just kind of figure out what comes next, like reevaluate when we get there. So dispersed and concentrated industry is the differences between them. I'm not 100% on. Like, I mean, I can obviously read the tooltips, but in terms of like the grand scheme of things, I usually consider it as, do you expect to be bombed? Yes or no? If yes, dispersed industry. If no, concentrated industry. We're probably going to get bombed. So this tree does offer us some bomb vulnerability. Reduced bomb vulnerability, I should say, because we're taking our factories and putting them further apart. It's not quite so good for production, but it does keep our factories safe from bombers. I expect to be bombed because we're on the mainland. If we end up at war with the German Reich and France folds like a patio chair, then we will probably have a front with the Germans, and the Luftwaffe really enjoys bombing us to hell. So we'll see how that turns out. Hopefully it doesn't, because I don't think we'll be able to stand up to the German Reich I can't make that sound. If they end up taking over France and they're like, hey, we want Spain next, I think my answer to them is going to be, okay. I mean, hopefully Russia will be in by then. I mean, hell, maybe they won't even win to France. I've seen it happen so many times that they go to war with Czechoslovakia, they can't win, and Czechoslovakia just sort of holds the line while they then declare on Poland, get into a stalemate, then declare on France, get into a stalemate, and then the UK just comes in and bops them. I've seen that happen many times. I've seen them win Europe many times. I've seen Czechoslovakia just like in 1941, or not even 41, 1939, just walk into Berlin and just fine. So we'll see how that shakes out. But if they do go for a power move, if they do manage to take over a bunch of... yo, what's up, Matt? Good to have you. Matt's Gaming, a channel I've collaborated with multiple times. He is a wonderful YouTube and formerly streamer. I don't think he's streamed much lately. But definitely a YouTube sensation. I cannot recommend his channel enough. What was I saying? Germany, if they become a power here, They will be scary. Who would have thought, right? A game about World War II, and I'm a little bit nervous that Germany might be spooky. Okay, so now we've gone through the sort of basics of the industrial and tech tree, and then I'm going to swing back to support weapons, because basically what that does is it just generically passively boosts the defense of most of our dudes, and a couple of other things, but mostly it's the defense that I pay attention to. Oh, we should be paying attention to this. And as such, I don't know, it might help. So, Primo de Rivera. God, my pronunciations, I apologize. So this guy, he's going to change popularity of fascism. So he's just going to start like trashing us, and it's going to suck. So let's throw him in jail. Yeah. One of the founders of the Falange Española plans to hold an inflammatory speech drawing people to the nationalist banner and inciting civil unrest. So this guy's saying a whole bunch of things that are, you know, just generally very rude, very mean. Oh, it looks like these guys are... So we should be fighting back politically here so that we can maintain control of these places. But yeah, so he's making these speeches. He's telling everybody, you know, Spain needs a strong armed government and we can do that for you. And we're like, what if you were in jail, though? And so he can't say that anymore. That sounds reasonable to me, I think. I would say. I really feel like I've ignored this this a lot. Upon the start of the Civil War, retain 80% of... Okay, cool. So we will enlarge our weapons caches. We'll be hiding a whole bunch of stuff in places that we can access. And that'll be great. Our people, our soldiers, are fully trained up. So this, not only does that mean they'll be stronger in combat, but we also got a little bit of experience. Pardon me. A little bit of army experience from that. Oh, you've never seen this game before. Dude, welcome to Hearts of Iron 4. It's one of my favorites, honestly. As far as Paradox's games go, this one's second after Europa Universalis for me, though in terms of accessibility, I find this game is one of their more accessible. I think Stellaris is probably the most accessible among the sort of flagship 4, 5. Because when I talk about like Paradox's flagship games, I might be forgetting something, but really it would be 6, I guess. It would be Europa Universalis, Crusader Kings, Hearts of Iron, Stellaris, Imperator Rome, and Victoria. Am I forgetting any? I probably am. I mean, there's that other game, Surviving the Aftermath, but it's so thematically different from this grand strategy style that I don't count it as a flagship game. And hey, that's just my own consideration. Maybe they consider other things to be their main games. But of those, this I find is probably the second best and the second most accessible. Because really there's one thing to think about, and it's war. You build your industry, you build your research, you kind of figure out alliances a little bit, and you smack each other until one of them's gone. Couldn't be simpler. Whereas Europa Universalis, you know, I love that game to bits, but there is so much going on that it is so hard to teach people. It really is worth the investment, I think, but it's really not the kind of game that you can just kind of like, you know, I've never played a strategy game before, but maybe this is a good entry. It's not. It's not at all. It's a fantastic game, but it's hard. Hearts of Iron is a lot more accessible. Still not something I would recommend to somebody who doesn't like strategy, but if somebody who's into strategy games to begin with, you know, Civilization, even some RTSs, this is a great one. Okay, Chinese United Front and remilitarization of the Rhineland. Okay, so stuff is starting to shake out. If we take a look over in China, so China knows Japan is coming for them. I say that. I just noticed they're called the Japanese shogunate. We'll get to that. China knows that Japan is coming for them. And so what they've done is China's basically kind of fractured into a whole bunch of different provinces that each think that they're the real China. They're the warlords, basically. There's the primary China, which is currently leading in terms of their legitimacy. They control Beijing, they control Nanjing. They are, generally speaking, the most recognized as being the most legitimate China. But all the warlords, Xiaobei Sanma, Guangxi Clique, Yunnan, and Xinjiang, as well as to a limited degree these guys, but they're Japanese puppets, so... Oh, and Mao's Communist China, and Shaanxi. All these guys. You get what I'm saying. They all want to be actual China. What they have done is basically, instead of fighting each other, because they fear Japan more, they've actually created the Chinese United Front with some of them, between China, Xinjiang, and Communist China, which is interesting because these two are the biggest rivals. And maybe more to come. Probably more to come. So if anybody attacks them, they will all join in together. So if Japan attacks China, Mao and Xinjiang will fight with them for what little that means. Now, I mentioned the Japanese shogunate. So Japan starts out, they even changed their flag to the modern flag, actually. Japan starts out with a couple of options here, and they have gone with, it's hard to tell, but I think it's this one. That turns them into the shogunate. Turns into, I don't know. It might be support. So basically, I think it's strengthened the civilian government, but I'm not sure. Anyway, they have gone down a path which, to the best of my knowledge, and I could be wrong about this, leads them to be fairly neutral. They're actually not going to be as aggressive as they usually are. Like, say, for example, they went with the historical route of Purge the Cordoba faction. Like, one of the first things they do is just smack down with China. And then there's another branch they can go down, which is more of a focus on the Soviet front. All right, so we actually have a lot of guns being produced, and we're actually behind. Whoa, shoot! Spanish Civil War has gone. And it looks like, wow, okay, so lots going on. We are now in a civil war. Everything I was just saying, forget it. I'm just going to quickly do that. So this is the thing that we've been preparing for this whole time. I'm just going to disable more of these tutorials, which I really don't think should be occurring because I have disabled them so many times. They're very handy tutorials for people who haven't played this game before, but I've played a lot. So, at exactly 5 in the morning this morning, precisely 1 day after contact was lost with the North African garrisons, a well-prepared military operation was launched all throughout Spain with the intention of gaining control of the government institutions and strategic locations in the major cities. Major parts of the Army, Navy, and Air Force have ceased responding to government orders, while concurrently Carlist militias have revolted in the north of the country. Complete success of this attempted coup has only been prevented by unofficial people's militias who, through quick action, have managed to retain control over many targeted locations and cities. Despite this failure to meet their initial goals, however, it seems unlikely that the insurrection's leaders will give up their strong position as willingly as they did in 1932. With neither side appearing inclined to compromise, the path lies wide open for the current situation to escalate in a nationwide civil war. So, we are effectively about to choose our flavor of our side of this conflict. So we are currently Republican Spain, or just Spain, because we're real Spain. They haven't conquered us yet. And we are up against nationalist Spain, led by I like to call Dave Mitchell. But his name is actually Jose Sanjuro. But it's clearly Spanish Dave Mitchell in my eyes. I mean, you guys are welcome to disagree with me, but it's uncanny. So I said at the top of this stream, we're going to be anarcho-communist, which basically what this means is this sort of Spain here, we're actually a bunch of allies, a bunch of like loosely connected people who fall on the left side of the political spectrum. So we are democratic, we are Stalinists, we are communists, all united under the same banner. That's not going to last forever. So we can basically take a look at the different, so these are all the same thing. We're going to be fighting against the phalangists, which is all the right side. We're going to have a lot of penalties to our ability to smack people, so we're not going to be winning a lot of one-on-one fights. And we now get to choose, our flavors. So basically, this is, you'll notice the difference in the tooltips is the very last thing. We can do maintain the Second Republic if we want to stay democratic. We can do bravery of the working man, which I believe is the Stalinists, the anti-fascist workers' revolution, and through the communal revolutionary struggle, which I believe is us, I'll double check, the Regional Defense Council of Aragon. Aragon. So that's these guys here. So if we assume this is us and we go down, we start looking down here, it looks like there are a couple of mentions of anarchy here, so I'm going to assume that these are in fact the anarchists. So I'm going to say communal revolution. If I'm wrong, we're playing a different faction now, I guess. Regional Defense Council of Aragon. Doink. And does that give us anything on its own? It does. We get a different field marshal, general, base stability goes down, war support goes up. We get anarchist society. That would have been an easy guess, which means our stability is going down. And we get impending government crackdown. I don't know what that is, but we can find out pretty easily. So, this is our army. This is what's left. We have, a lot, actually. So these are mostly just like dudes who just kind of like the concept of our ideals. So these are basically like just random Republican garrisons. And if we take a look at their composition, not much. There's a lot of them, but there's very little going on. They do not have a lot of dudes. They do not have a lot of thickness to them. Okay. So mostly all of our units, regardless of this little indicator here, they're basically just 3-width infantry. So I was separating them out by style, but I don't think it matters. We'll just do this for the south, this for the middle. We'll do this for the north, obviously. And then you can go to... This was the south, I think? And we also want this little Garona, whatever, to go here. And now let's just assign a field marshal. So we're going to just quickly organize all of our troops. If you don't know what's going on, don't worry about it. Yeah, see, Francisco Franco. He's on our side. Why? Is he a turncoat? Does he go later to the other side? Oh, whatever. Aggressive assaulter. Ooh, shoot. That's pretty good, isn't it? Yeah, actually, I like this Buenaventura. This Field Marshal Durruti. We're going to go with this guy to lead all of our armies. This guy here, so this was the guy we were using before. He has Republican loyalties, which is not us. This guy has Stalinist loyalties, which is, again, not us. This guy, however, so I guess it shows us loyalties of people that aren't us. So we'll go with... well, he looks like the dad from Addams Family, Gomez? I don't know. Anyway. I guess we can make use of the disloyal generals for now, like just under the acceptance that they're not going to be around for long. Infantry leader is always good. Infantry leader is still always good. Mountaineer. Now, Spain is full of mountains. There's a lot of mountains in Granada. There's a lot of mountains sort of in the middle here. This is all flat, and this is just going visually, like I don't know this. This is flat, so I think we can worry mostly about the north and south extremes for mountains. So which one is this? This is all the northern guys, so we'll give you Mountaineer. And this is just the guys who are going to clean up this tiny little pocket, so we'll just give you like this guy right here. Okay. Do not show this tutorial again because I know how to do it. A whole lot just happened, so we need to figure this one out. So we'll start with national focus. We obviously went down the anarchist branch here, so we can pick one of two here. We can arm the people, which basically just makes our sucky situation less sucky. We become better at fighting, or we can increase the construction speed of our factories, which is interesting, isn't it? Because this is basically long-term benefits, this is short-term benefits, but we really need those short-term benefits right now. I think we can deal with... Can we deal with being pushed back a little bit at the very beginning? Now, of course, we can keep going down here, which I actually don't know what this would do. Upon the start, would we still get it? Or would we not? I think we would not get it. We would just get the political power, it seems like. So if we go arm the people, I think that's probably the most important thing. Now we can take a look at some decisions. So we can look at... oh, yeah, no, I just need to redo a lot of this. No, we don't want that. I guess if this is about to happen, we might as well click it. As well as this. War bonds are interesting. For now, I think we're fine. Impending government crackdown. Ever since the start of the Civil War, Stalinist and Republican repression... So this is an inevitable thing that is going to happen unless we complete Masters of Our Own Fate. What is Masters of Our Own Fate? Masters... Okay, so that only is accessible... Okay, so we could actually do that pretty soon. We could beeline this if we wanted. The communist and democratic supporters will start a civil war. Oh! I see. Okay. So this is how we... This is how we force the break off of the... This is how we force the breaking off of our own branch of the Civil War. What happens if we just let this run out? We get government crackdown. I don't know what that means. Does that mean we're just not communist anymore, or does it mean we start a civil war? It probably means we just start a civil war. So I don't really know why we would bother with that. Alright. We have 0% stability, which is terrible. Oh, we can finally modify our government. We have the political power. I don't know if we're going to need political power for other stuff. We probably will, won't we? It does look like we don't have a lot of very good military people to throw in yet, and I think that's the most important thing for us. We could go... Actually, we could go all the way to total mobilization, which isn't actually a bad idea at all. Yeah, so we could update our economy policy. That's probably going to be the most powerful thing for us. Just so that we're not, like, you know, still making toasters. We want to actually make some guns. I think that's the most powerful thing for us. And while we're in... Okay, we need 100 power points to put women in the workforce. And then we can recoup a lot of that manpower we just lost. Not that I think manpower is going to be a huge problem for us, but it might. So let's start on training some soldiers, always useful in war. So we'll say 7 at a time, and we'll just drop them, I don't know, in Madrid, why not? Let's tell these people to actually do their job. So these are the people that I said were going to be central? Really? Hang on. That can't be right. Were these my southerners? What's going on here? Let's do process of elimination. So this is clearly the bottom ones. So we'll put these guys bottom front. Next, you are clearly the top guys, right? Sorry, middle guys, I mean. You guys are the top, and then you guys were cleanup over here. What are you doing? Why did I make you? I think this might have been a mistake, or maybe like a leftover from a previous one. So we're just going to throw them into the middle, since that's probably going to need it the most. Oh, except that's too many people. So what we're going to do is we're going to take some of them, send them south. Who else? You can go south as well. Alright. So you guys on the southern front can go here. You guys up here. Now, I don't expect these fronts to really remain stable at all because the nationalists are going to be doing their own pushing, and it's going to take us a long time to get into the proper position. However, as much early pocketing as we can do will be spectacularly good. Because at the moment we're super equivalently balanced. So any edge that we can get is going to be a good one. I probably want to combine these two into one wing. Do I? I don't think I actually do. Let's, however, send everybody here. Now, this is a naval bomber. So it's not actually going to be doing anything that interesting. Like, I guess if you see a boat, drop a bomb on it, but I don't think that's going to come up. You guys, on the other hand, we're going to send you guys here, get some air superiority, see what you can do, if anything, though I don't expect it to be much. I guess we might as well cover both northern sections, because that's where most of the threat's going to be. Might as well just take you right away. Is there any other direct? Yeah, we can probably just directly control you guys to go here. Would be nice to take this, but I doubt it's going to happen. Yeah, we'll send you guys. Oh, that's occupied already. I'm just nervous a little bit that there's a bug, because I've seen there's a bug before that makes it so you can't see enemy tags. I'm not sure if that's happening or if it just hasn't loaded in yet. Alright. Oh! Did we just bypass? Did it just say bypassed arm the people? Let me check. Yeah, no, I thought it just said bypassed. Oh! Distribute arms to the people. Okay. So with that thing that I was saying, are we going to get it? We did not get it. It just bypassed them, which is fine. Soviet Union wants to help us out. Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Stalin. I look forward to stabbing you in the back later. We're not going to wait. We're just going to send our people in as soon as humanly possible. It looks like this was not as... Wait, what's going on here? I think this must be the bug where it wasn't displaying enemy units. And last time, the only fix for this was a full game restart, which is annoying. So we're going to save the game. We're going to say Spain stream, because we are the most Spain stream people. And I'm just going to quickly... Well, we'll see if maybe just going back to menu fixes it, but I doubt it. I might have to restart the whole game. I hope you guys are enjoying thus far this Spain game. It's been a long time since I've streamed, so I'm still sort of getting back into the swing of things. Sort of keeping that flow of verbiage going. Still nothing? Alright, we're going to have to restart the game. Not like restart everything, but just, you know, close the game and start it again. This happened to me before when I was playing as, I believe it was Russian troops that suddenly disappeared, and I was playing as France at the time. Communist France fighting the Soviet Union. Did my OBS start bugging out? And it looks like... Nope. No, everything's fine. That's the Twitch. Oh, the Twitch is putting like weird... I'm looking at my Twitch side over here. It's got the black bars at the top and bottom, but I only noticed the bottom one, so I thought it was cutting out a whole bunch. There we go. Okay, so now we can see enemy units. That's very important information to have. Very, very important information is, where is the enemy? Okay. So stream is working, so we can unpause once again. We will take this back. Are there any interesting decisions that have appeared? Looks like no. All right, so let's continue with this war. Now, one thing you guys are going to learn very quickly is micromanagement. Not my strong suit. I'm a big fan of the macro of this game, and the micro is very interesting. I do like looking at the micro. I do think it's very well made. I'm just not very good at it. So, with only a week of fighting behind us, it is already becoming apparent that the Spanish countryside is not well suited for the transport of large quantities of equipment. Difficulties in keeping our front lines and offensives supplied are cropping up, and will only get worse if we continue to attempt to fight everywhere at once. Oh boy. Oh boy. So a whole bunch of Spain is getting an unplanned, is basically making everybody super freaking slow. It's going to make it real hard to make any sort of progress. However, we can attempt to improve the situation. So say we were to go here. Yeah. Say we wanted really bad to like deal with this, which we do. Then for 14 days, for 14 days it'll remove that penalty, but not forever. So that's very interesting. I think the biggest amount of fighting is probably going to be, I want to clear up, I want to link my north and south, mostly because it then separates them into an east and west. So I think this or this, and I'm leaning this because it's more flat land. Yeah, that's probably fine. And they're doing it here, so they just want to push here. Okay, well that's fine. All right. Well, this is interesting. This is... Oh, shoot. This guy got trapped. Get out, please, if you can. That'd be nice. Yeah, we really do not want to be losing any units to him pocketing. That would be very bad. Out of curiosity, how good are you guys? No, pretty much similar to us. Let's see. Port strike failed. We dropped some bombs on a submarine in port and it didn't work, which is fine. Just means they can land and do something else. Why are these guys listed as red? Oh, dude, did it set it? Oh, this is what's happening. Somehow, I was playing this like last night or yesterday at some point. What it's done, I don't know how to fix this, but what it's done is it's set the color of all sort of units to being the color of the nation they belong to, which is so confusing because I don't know who's my enemy and who's my ally. So I'll see what I can do about that later. For now, it's fine because orange is bad and that's all we really need to know. Oh shoot, their capital is undefended, that's nice. Burgos. I know that's not how you pronounce it. Alright, so that's how things are progressing thus far. If you're new to this game, by the way, normally the early game all the way up until 1938 or 9 or sometimes 40 is a lot of industrial build-up and not a lot of fighting. So Spain is very unique in this sense. There are other nations that do have a lot of early wars, including Mexico has some civil wars going on. And besides that, I mean, I guess the Japan-China war is pretty early. But yeah, for the most part, that's usually... I guess technically you can say the Italian-Ethiopian war, but that's a tutorial more than an actual fight. So, yeah, really, most nations' early game are all about a lot of build-up to begin with, and not a lot of fighting right away. What I'm doing right now is I'm attempting to cut people off from supply. So, like, if we can create this pocket here in Granada, that means these two guys here will not be getting any reinforcements, any supply, and they'll just slowly starve out. Whether that works, we'll find out together. I could send this guy down to break them off, but he's not going to make it in time, and he's probably just going to make himself more vulnerable, like this guy right here. That's bad. This is real bad. Ooh, that's really bad. How did you get that far unpocketed? Okay. Well, stop fighting, first of all, because you're just going to drain your ammunition immediately. We probably want... probably can't deep this guy. Oh, I thought I paused. Alright, well, what we'll do is that, and hopefully the two of them together will be able to beat that guy. I don't think it's going to happen, but it's the best we've got. Let's take a glance down here. We did successfully pocket this guy. I don't know if it's going to hold, but we did successfully pocket him. These guys, this fight started at the start of the war, and they're still not going. These guys are in pocket. He's trying to break it, so I'm going to try to pin him down. It'd be really nice to take Almeria. Have these guys taken it yet? They have not. That's quite disappointing. That's mostly to do with the fact that we have like 90% penalty to attack in all of these regions, except for I believe I ended up picking this one, which I actually kind of regret now. It would have been better to take this guy, but how would I have known, right? In terms of our navy, oh god, the naval. So Man the Guns is an expansion pack that improved the navy situation a lot in the sense that it made it a lot more in depth, and it made it so that you had a lot more choices, you had a lot more options for your navy. It was a very big deal, and it was a fantastic expansion. The only trouble I have with it is just how much work it is to organize a navy properly, and every single game you have to go through it, and there's just so few shortcuts. It's just so much work, and I really feel like the UI could be made a lot better, but it's not the end of the world. But so what we're going to do is we're going to combine these guys, we're going to combine these guys, we're going to pretend that that's okay. We're going to make, no, I don't want, yeah. So normally I like to do this in different theaters. This is, okay, capital, so they have, so this basically, this is going to be our main fleet. We'll call it the capital fleet. And I do this in every single game, and yes, it does get annoying. We'll do subs here and destroyers here. The benefit is that once you do it once, you don't have to do it again for the rest of the game, more or less. So it's not like the end of the world. It's just like every new game is kind of a pain in the butt. That's kind of sucks. We only have one general, and he's a Craven. So we're going to give him to the destroyers because the destroyers shouldn't be fighting anyway. We don't have any convoys to protect. That's a lie. Where is this going? What? We have supply ships. Oh, because Gibraltar isn't accessible, so the supply ships have to go all the way around Africa in order to hit the north. That's funny. That's actually really funny. So, in theory, they don't have that issue, and they could just go right through Gibraltar. Now, that doesn't really affect... Pardon me. That doesn't really affect too much about the game. It's just kind of funny. So we're going to get our subs to see what convoys they can sink. We'll send some destroyers out to protect convoys. I just realized I can't actually do it in the Mediterranean because Gibraltar. Ooh, are those my subs? Oh, subs can get by, can't they? Okay, so subs don't have that issue, I think. Oops, no, I want you to do convoy raiding in this area. Destroyers, you cannot... my destroyers are stuck in here too. Oh, that's fun. Okay. In that case, we're going to ignore these. Look. Please be nice. Just convoy escort in here. If they have any subs going around trying to sink ships in the Mediterranean, we will do our best. And then the capital fleet can just be a strike force. They'll go around the Atlantic, and sink any Spanish ships that they find. Nationalist Spanish. They are Spanish themselves, of course. Okay, so what next? We don't have the industrial power to support tanks. We don't have the industrial power to really beef out our air power, nor will that really help us that much. Like, it'd be nice to have an air force, but it's not gonna change anything really. We don't have the industrial might to really start on anything new. We need to either upgrade something we have, or just get passive bonuses. And I don't think there's really a lot to be done on either side there, unless we start on our doctrine, which is worth thinking about. Now, when it comes to the doctrine, normally looking at France, it looks like it would be either Grand Battle Plan or Superior Firepower. Grand Battle Plan because it's just generically good for everything, and Superior Firepower because it's really good for artillery-based armies. Now, we could build into artillery for sure, in which case Superior Firepower would be a very good option. One thing that I've actually really enjoyed doing in this game lately is finding excuses to become mobile-centric. Motorized mechanized are fantastic units, and making them better is just so much fun, because like you just exploit one little crack in the enemy's front line and it's just over. You just encircle everybody, kill them, done. As long as the infrastructure is there to support it, it is so much fun. So you just laugh through Europe, and then you get to Asia and you cry for a bit. With that said, though, that's not happening in the near future at all. There is no way that the Spanish Civil War is going to include a significant amount of motorized units. So with that said, I think I'm going to delay Doctrine for now. Now, this doesn't only give bonuses to motorized mechanized. This does give these speed bonuses to our infantry, which are definitely meaningful. Taking a look, and organized bonuses. We could take the first two of them because they really do benefit our army, and then switch over to something else. But the thing is, why not just research motorized? I know we won't really have the industrial might to really start pumping out motorized units, but we can get a start, and maybe in the latter times of the war, maybe we'll crank out like 2 or 3 of them. That'd be nice. Especially when we have like these massive speed penalties. I really want to be able to move as much as possible. Alright, so looking about, things are predictably a standstill. Where do those Soviet troops appear, by the way? That'd be nice to know. Soviet troops. Here, Stalin, where'd you go? I actually don't know where they are. They would be colored based on their country, right? So it'd be like a deep red. They didn't appear in the north. I'm not seeing them. I don't know if anybody else is seeing them, but oh well, that's fine. I'm sure they're somewhere. They did arrive, right? They're not just in transit? I'm sure. Anyway. We managed to sink a nationalist sub, which is nice, just by bombing it while it was in harbor, which is good. Let's see. How long until we pick... Oh, this is still preparing. Okay, so it's not go time on that one yet. I see. I figured that it was just go time in the center there. Did we get anything else? No. It's interesting, it displays it as a loss, even though, like, really, we didn't blow it up, but we didn't die ourselves, so, like, that's okay. I'm gonna stop that assault because there's no way it's winning, and I don't want him to throw himself until he dies. This guy here, however, I think you can finish off this pocket here. It's nice. We're creating these pockets. So in this game, if you defeat somebody in battle, they retreat to a nearby area. However, if they have nowhere to retreat to, for example, if they're in one of these pockets, then they just die. Well, they get captured as POWs, or they surrender, or whatever else. They're out of combat. So, if we're able to actually bop them in these little pockets, we don't have to worry about them anymore. Those units are out of the fight. Whereas if we, for example, win this fight, this same guy, he's going to retreat to another area. He's going to be weaker for a little bit, yes, for sure. But they'll regain their strength, and so they'll still be a problem. So we'll have gained the territory, but the fighting force remains, which is why I'm so interested in finishing off these units, which is not going to happen anytime soon because of this horrible, horrible penalty, which I didn't even know about. These guys, so an additional benefit to the pocketing is they start suffering attrition. Now, this is something I mentioned earlier. You need supply, which comes from your capital, which their capital is... So this is their capital, and if I take that capital, the capital will change. From the capital, it flows out of harbors or ports or whatever into other ports, and then that supplies their entire army. Now, ooh, that's interesting. I will talk about that in a second. Oh, yes, that's very good. Okay, we saved our guy from that pocket, so he's not going to get bopped. So, if we block somebody off entirely from any port access, so like these guys don't have any port access, these guys don't have any port access, these guys do, but that's fine. Then they lose supply. They are no longer able to access their nation's supply, which includes ammunition, food, replacement guns if your guns break, and they slowly start to starve out. When they start starving out, their health goes down. They basically just can't fight anymore, and they become really, really easy for your troops to just walk in and pop immediately. So it's really, really good to try to starve out your units. Now, I said this is interesting. You'll notice this little skull here. These guys are starving, which is fantastic. And the reason that they're starving is that they're getting their supply through here, up here, into this naval base, and then it has to flow here. Now, a lot of supply is eaten along the way, and their infrastructure isn't necessarily capable of... Ooh, more manpower, more... That's not that great, is it? Masters of Our Own Fate. Now, that's that thing that's really supposed to be good, I guess. At least important. Yeah, I think I'm going to appropriate the means of production. So, yes, they don't have the infrastructure to support all of these soldiers through this little port that is then trickling in all over here. Like, they're losing a lot along the way. Which is very, very good. That means even their main bulk of their army is going to start starving out. Now, that's not going to happen soon. They still have a lot of juice left in the tank. They're taking a lot of hits, but they're really dangerously still well supplied. Let's see. One of our air bases got taken. No, it did not. Okay, it's still there. Now, one thing I think they might have changed... Actually, I'm going to quickly escape Madrid, because one thing I think they might have changed is if you walk into an airport, you lose all of your planes. I don't know if that's true. Here, let's check. Okay, so either I escaped them in time... No, because I sent them to Valencia, I think, and they appeared here. So I don't really know what the rules are, but it felt like when I was playing a previous game, I was actually losing airplanes every single time somebody walked into one of my airports, which was very, very frustrating because that's a lot of micromanagement that I don't want to deal with. Okay, this front is folding here. That's very good. Now, what I'm going to do is I want to finish this off so we can free up those soldiers to do something else. Oh, God, these guys. You got to finish this, man. You got to finish this. This is really concerning to me. I'm going to move these guys over here. This guy, rather, over here. I'm going to move this guy here, I think. That's not going to pinch. I really want to pinch them. Do I go this way? No, I can't go this way. There's people there. I want to pinch and I want to not get pinched. That's the big thing. So this will prevent me from getting pinched a little bit because hopefully they won't just like walk in here and then elsewhere. It'll widen our sort of area, our land, and then he'll be able to defend that probably. You guys... On the other hand, that's real dangerous, isn't it? That's real dangerous. Yo, what's up, Annie? Alright, so I'm not sure really how to deal with this Madrid situation just because our people are so slow and incapable of winning any real fights. Also, I told you, no more tutorials, please. Decisions available. Impending Burgos offensive, that's that one right there. That's annoying. So they do have volunteers from Italy and Germany, which is very powerful and very annoying. That's the general gist of it, is I get Soviet support, they get Italian and German support. That's been around since the dawn of Hearts of Iron. We do want women in the workforce. Do we want it now? Might as well. Increases our recruitable population. Yeah, women in the workforce. Something, we can do it. Our war support is already at 100%, so war propaganda is going to do nothing for us. Some stability would be nice. That's not going to happen. We're an anarchist society. We don't do stability. Oh, we might... we really don't want to lose these ports. We really do not want to lose these ports. Generally speaking, when this war happens, one of the first things that happens is this whole northern pocket is just gone. So I would very much like to avoid that as much as possible, especially since I can't just evac them easily into the south because of this Gibraltar Strait issue. If I were to evacuate these guys and have them reinforce the south, they would have to go all the way around here and come up through the Mediterranean, through the Suez, and then rejoin the battle. And that's just going to take forever. Now you might be wondering, why not just take Gibraltar? Maybe that's the right idea. Oh, sweet. We finished this pocket off. We finished this pocket off. That's fantastic. So those soldiers will be reinforcing other more meaningful fronts. So, yes, that might be the right answer, but that would tie up a couple of soldiers that I would rather have on a land front, to be completely honest with you. Can we finish this guy off, please? 99. Come on, you can do it. Once again, I will mention, for those who are just joining us, we will eventually... Oh, shoot, we lost this. Oh, that's real bad. That's real bad. Okay. So we will eventually be making a spy bureau, and one part of making a spy bureau, much like the MI5, is to... or CSIS, or the CIA? Yeah. Would be naming it. So if anybody has any clever names for a Spanish spy agency, you are very welcome to share them in chat. If I find any of them amusing, I might just use them. And to mention it again, the Spanish Inquisition, very funny, very good joke. I might use it. Just know that I came up with it first. And I'm sure a billion people who've played their Spain games have named it that before me. I don't claim to be unique in any regard. Okay, this is really good. Our División de Infantería is live. These are our really beefy units. So these guys should be able to beat pretty much anybody in a fight. So we will add them to the army list. We will give them Gomez Adams. Is that his full name? Is that what he's called on the show? I know his name is Gomez. I know it's the Adams family, so it's got to be Gomez Adams, right? But Gomez doesn't sound like a first name, but I'm not Spanish, so what the hell do I know? I genuinely, I didn't watch the show, and I apologize. It just wasn't on my radar as a child. I saw one movie, 2 movies, but I'm looking to go in and watch them as an adult because I feel like I missed out. Alright, so we can free up more of our factories. We can boost attack and defense. That's pretty good. Or we can increase factory output. Now, let me just pause this while I make this decision. How long until government crackdown? 103 days. That's... I don't know what the government crackdown does, but that sounds like a bad thing. And there's no way we're going to make... So this is already 70 days. It's 105 days. So there's no way we're going to make Masters of Our Own Fate before the government crackdown. It would actually probably be about the same time. Had I not gone and appropriate the means of production, we might have made it. The thing is, at the end of the day, I don't know if this is better than just waiting for the timer. I assume it's better, but I don't know. This one, however, would add 70 days. It costs 35 days. So if we did maximum concession, then we could go and do Masters of Our Own Fate. Is that good? Maybe. Either way, this is something I think we want anyway, because weekly war support, our war support's maxed out and then some. So I don't think that's necessary. In the spirit of fighting fascism, we have made the greatest concession possible: cooperation with capitalists and authoritarian communists. This concession is as far as we are willing to go and cannot last forever. We shall make the most of it while it does. I don't know. I don't know what the right option is. Death and world domination. That's pretty much it. So this game, we are basically, our number one goal is to carve out an anarcho-communist state in Spain. We just want to sit here without a government. Point final. What happens afterwards may possibly involve world domination. We haven't decided yet. Looks like this is pretty assaultable, so let's assault it. More fighting here. I think we're in a good stance. Now, oh god, we have completely lost the north. Yeah, no, north is gone. That sucks. I mean, I really doubt we can save this, but let's see. We've got our beefcake units here, they've got artillery, maybe they'll be able to punch through something, but for the most part, the north is gone. Which sucks a lot, but it was realistically inevitable. I mean, they just start surrounding us. They had Italy and Germany on their side. There wasn't really much that we could do. Now, really unfortunate thing here is that our ships... yeah, they're going to have to start the long trek around to the Mediterranean, I think. So we're going to report you guys in Murcia. No idea how to pronounce that. And that's just going to have to be good enough because, you know, once we lose that port, there's going to be nothing for them there. Yeah, so we are still hanging on barely to the actual port in, once I close this menu, in Bilbao. That's not going to last for long. It just can't. Where are our planes? Do we still have planes? Yes, we do, and they're here. That's fine. Alright, currently they're only fighting on this side. Where do they get all of these planes? Do the nationalists just start with a massive air force? Because that's insane! I mean, it makes sense. Like, it mentioned during the... it mentioned it during the sort of initial news article that the Air Force was one that was one that was taken. Seas public transport. That's really good. That's really good. But I don't know what Master of Our Fates does besides split off a huge part of the war. But I think it would probably be better to take it than not. So now that we have time to take it, I think that's what we need to do. Are we actually consuming fuel? Yes, we are. Our Navy. Our Navy is a huge draw on fuel, and we have none. So, I guess we're gonna tell the destroyers to halt. These guys are gonna burn a ton of fuel just trying to get around Africa. There's not much we can do about that. These guys here haven't actually accomplished anything since I told them to start, so we're going to tell them to stop. In terms of the air farce, maybe keep doing what you're doing. Whose bombers are those? I don't have any allies. Whose bombers are those? That's weird. What's the next technology? Do we want to keep boosting? Yeah, I guess we do. I mean, there's nothing military that we can really buff out right now, so we'll keep doing that. More pockets are being knocked out in the south. So we have the south mostly secure, which is nice. They do have Madrid, which sucks, but I mean, at the end of the day, like, most of our construction was in this corner, so as long as we keep this corner here, we're gooch, as the kids say. Impending Granada offensive. Can we, like... Yes, we can make more offensives. So let's be offensive over... Can I do it down here? Weirdly enough, I don't think I can. There's nothing we can do up here. Nothing I want to do up here. Do I want to fight more in this area? I can't find the button for it. Like, because this is over here. How do I do it over here? Do I have to do it in my own land? That does make sense. It is not in full control of Mergerite. So I need to... I don't know. Let's do it here. There's a lot of fighting going on. We are going to be incredibly offensive in the south of Spain. You can fill in whatever you want in that joke. I'm not going to make it. What other decisions can we make? Improve working conditions? Improve working conditions is usually really, really good for increasing stability. The problem is our base stability is so low. Minus 30%, minus 5%, minus 5%, minus 1, minus 1, and then it's a plus 5.4 there because people like communism, I guess. Are we technically communist or democratic? I'm not sure. So I think if we were to do improve worker conditions, I don't think that's going to increase us above 0. And even if it did, I don't think it's going to do so with enough... like, it's not going to put us high enough above 0 that it's going to matter. Now, here's a very interesting question. Do I take their capital? If I take their capital, it moves it to somewhere up here, probably Burgos, and they're going to have a much easier time getting supply, which means, would they get attrited? Are they actually out of supply, or are they just moving through the mountains therefore? No. They're only taking attrition because they're moving through difficult terrain. They're not actually out of supply, I don't think. So if I take this capital, it's not actually going to help them. It'll basically mean rather than sending, because there's a port here, right? Like I mentioned before, currently their supply is moving along the water and into these ports. If I take their capital will move into inland, probably up here, where I don't know where it went. Maybe I took it. Did I take their old capital? I know I did and then lost it. Anyway. And so it'll just have an easier time spreading, but if it's not already a problem for them, I don't think it matters. So there's a lot of green here. Now the thing about the Spanish Civil War is that it changes a lot. So if we're, winning here, the second more factions start splitting off, it's going to change the face of the war a huge amount. So we really can't look at this and say, oh, well, we have so much territory, therefore we're winning. You got to think of this as we're 3 united factions, the Democrats, the Stalinists, and the Anarchists. We are the Anarchists. And this is 3 factions sharing all of this land. We're not going to be sharing that for long. We're going to split off and start fighting each other. For them, that's also true, but I believe it's only 2 factions because just the Carlists, which are usually up in this corner, and the Nationalists, which is the orange. They're not going to split up nearly as much as us, so it's going to be really hard to judge who's actually winning effectively. This sucks. We're just watching the last of the North fall. Which, maybe I could have done something about it, but I'm not good enough at this game to know what. This fight has been happening since the start of the war. This has been like a year-long fight. and nothing has happened. Stalinists and the Republican puppets are increasingly infringe upon our freedoms, systematically undermining our efforts and eliminating prominent supporters of our cause. Enough is enough. We're the masters of our own fate, even if it means fighting them too. Goodbye, Alliance. Now, this started in 35 days. It will complete. Now, they were going to crack down on us in 68 days. This was going to happen anyway. The difference is we're the ones pulling the trigger. So make of that what you will. You know, a lot of people say Han shot first, therefore he's super cool. Other people say if you hit a guy first in a fight, you're in the wrong. I don't actually know. There's probably some expression or expressive way to say that. Throw the first punch. So we are going to be the ones who say, nah man, we don't like you. We don't like what you stand for. Oh, looks like the South. This is really good because if you see all of these troops are now free to move up here. And not only that, that means that we and Nationalist Spain basically have one front against each other with some obvious exceptions here, here, and kind of sort of here, but there's nobody actually here. So it's basically just like a bunch of like, you know, countryside farmers or whatever who just aren't even aware that the Republicans have taken their land yet. Do we want... recovery rate's good. Recovery rate's very good. But do we want a research boost or a military theorist? I mean, normally I get the military theorist early for that army experience gain. But we already have a ton of army experience because of all the fighting. I think I'm still... Is there anybody here that's even interesting? I actually don't know. So he's going to go away once we do Masters of Our Own Fate. So is he. So is he. So is he. Yeah, see. I might just, like, not choose this until we actually know who our real options are, so never mind then. NKVD resident. I don't know what that means, but... yeah, I think military theorist is probably the way to go because I do want to get started on the mobile offensive, mobile warfare doctrine. I want to get our guys going fast, and I would like eventually to get some motorized and mechanized, way down the line, mechanized units. If you're not aware, by the way, when I say, whoop, hey! Masters of Our Own Fate. Government crackdown. So they say. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So, no doubt upset with the continued independence with which we conduct ourselves, the Second Republic government, with its Stalinist allies, have attempted to seize control over many key strategic locations and buildings in our territory. Rebuffing these attempts has resulted in an exchange of fire with our erstwhile allies, that is a new word for me, which has since escalated into full-blown street fighting. In their inability to compromise, the government has effectively placed us in a state of war with them, and in doing so has greatly strengthened the nationalist position. Like I said, really, really bad. Very difficult to figure out. Oh boy, we have changed color. Oh man, I hate this. I hate this. I want it to color based on alliances. Should I just Google this real quick? I think I should. Hoi for color units by alliance. See, this is the default setting, so I have no idea. Oh shoot, is it? Is it this? Hey! It's a button right here. Okay. That's spectacular. That is spectacular. Okay, so we are all good. Alright, so it's just this little button down here that changed it all. Okay. Well, that's... So now, us is green, red is bad guys. Perfect. So, if we look back here, what are we doing next? What is our next big... It looks like the next big one, everything seems to be running towards almost bear the torch. which is a unique economy law, which is actually a bad thing because I spent a lot of points to get our current economy law, which is fine, I guess. Foreign arms purchases. Are we low on it? Oh, shoot. Yeah, no, we want foreign arms purchases. I didn't realize we were so far behind on our production. Makes sense, given that we really don't have that many factories. Oh, shoot, we don't even have enough factories to continue production as we want. Okay, so there's that, and we do want to start importing some steel. These are such uncomfortable headphones. One of these days I'll buy a new set. Okay, so many of our ministers are just gone. This is real bad. Alright, here's what we're going to do. So, if we take a look at the map, right, the north, still gone. We really just have to accept that the north has folded. So we're going to put everybody in the same... We're going to break these guys out. They're not going to survive. Sorry, guys. We'll give you Gomez Adams. You... Shoot, man. I don't know what to do. We're going to get you guys focused on the north. We're going to take a bunch of you guys and send you south. Do we do halvesies? Is that the play? Do we do half and half? Let's take a look at our intelligence. Let's see if we can guess at how big their army is. We have 0 intelligence on them. That's weird. That's real weird. We have 37 units. They have at least as much. As many as double. That's a problem. Okay. So, we have no idea how big the Republican army is. I have to assume it's going to be smaller because it was split between us and them, right? So we'll see what we can do about quickly taking them out. You guys, I do not want you changing from your mission. You are still there. You are still fighting this one guy who has somehow survived despite being out of supply. I don't actually know how that works, but it works. Let's see, fighters. We want still in northern Iberia. I'm going to send some down to southern Iberia. Oh, naval bombers, sorry. You want to stay in the med. Okay. Meanwhile, we do have some unassigned divisions. We'll send you guys to the north. We'll call that good enough, I think. I think we have to. Alright, moving on. So, this is our northern army. We're going to give you Lina to lead you. The southern army, I think this is the southern army. No, this is the northern army. Ah, well, doesn't matter. Going to give you this guy because he has better stats, and this is a smaller group, so we're going to put you guys here. That'll be fine. That will be fine. So you guys already have an army plan drawn out. You guys are going to die anyway. You guys, we want you to assault... Oh, you're the southern army? I'm confused. Okay, you're the northern army. That's fine. Yeah. And everybody go because I can't stop. Okay, so situation dire. This is fine. Did everything just change again? Anarchist uprising in the Spanish Civil War. Oh no, it's just announcing who we are. So this is, the world gets this little news article for what we just did. Okay. Where were we? So now we just sit and wait for the Carlist uprising. Because that will split the nationalists up, which will be very nice, because the more enemies our enemies have, the better. Right? That sounds right. Oh, we want to get you the hell out of there. Everybody else is abandoning you. You gotta leave. You gotta leave fast, bud. Alright. So, I mean, for as bad as I say this is going, I'm genuinely not sure what moves I could make that would have ended in a better situation. I mean, paying closer attention to the initial sort of preparation stage would have definitely benefited me. I don't know how much. Like, I'm not sure exactly how much like I can do. It's interesting. Man, I really wish I wasn't sandwiched in the middle here. I'm fighting both sides 100%. I would have much liked it to be a bit more of a split. Do I want to abandon this area, let them fight a bunch, and just carve out this bit? I think I might. I definitely think I might. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do fallback line like this, and we're gonna send half of our units back there, and then we're gonna slowly pull back this side. That's what we're gonna do. A lot of people usually die in retreats like this, so sorry. But we really need the Republicans and the Nationalists to be fighting each other. We cannot take both, like, the brunt of both. That's not going to happen. Field hospitals are generally good, but we do not have the motorized to support it. And we do not have the factories to obtain. We do have a bonus to researching doctrines. I think we're going to use it. Do we want to double up on it? It's an interesting question. We might. Yeah, I think so. I think I want that benefit as soon as possible. Fallback line has already broken, which I should have expected. Yeah, we're in dire straits, but this is fine. Let's see. Yeah, here we are. All the impocketing is happening. You guys need to retreat. Polish Romania. Oh good, Europe exists. Oh, we need our planes to get the hell out. You guys come up. Carlist Spain! Alright, so the Carlists... Oh, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. Okay, so the Carlists are effectively monarchists. And they want... Yeah, they were allied with the Nationalists, but no longer. And so now they're going to be doing to the Nationalists what these guys did to me. So national focus. What next do we want? Do we want public transit? That would be really good, wouldn't it? Factory output would be fantastic. See, a lot of these are just like tiny, tiny little bonuses. There's not a lot of like big gets. I mean, a research slot is fantastic, but I think mostly we're just picking things up just to keep going down the tree. Like, don't get me wrong, reduced factory usage is really good later in the game. Well, I mean, mostly in the mid-game. But right now, I don't think it's doing that much for us. I mean, we already have 0 consumer goods. Pardon me, factories. I've got a real something in my throat. It's all that tea. That lovely, lovely tea. Alright, can't do computers. Can't do mechanized, of course. Don't really want any particular special forces. So, what do we start on? Do we start on radio? I don't think so, no. We need our factories doing more important things than radio. Do we start researching armor? Maybe that's the move, actually. No, thank you. Sierra's passing me notes. I think we start on armor so that by the time we're in a place that we can start employing it, then it'll already be researched. I think I'll do the same thing for field hospitals. Field hospitals are so important for nations in Europe. That's a problem. Don't have enough commanders anymore. Everybody just abandoned us. So sad. Can we break through? Wouldn't that be nice? No, I think the answer to that is no. We're just going to stand here, guard this place, slowly starve, but guard this place. Alright. Everybody who can has retreated. So I'm going to take all of you. I'm going to stick you in one army. Delete all orders. And frontline it up. Now, who remains? You guys there, eh? That's a problem. That's a big problem. You're about to die. Oh, shoot. You guys finally completed that fight that's been going on for like a year. That's good. Oh, do we have any level ups we can do? That would be nice. Any promotions we can give? Oh, Gomez can. Yeah. He's not going to be working for very long. Well, maybe we could like level him up and then stick him on another army. What can you get? Infantry expert's fantastic. Yeah, we're going to stick you on the bulky army. Infantry expert. We need that for sure. So I think the strategy now is hold our little corner of Spain. Let these guys duke it out. Let them weaken each other. Because we just got wrecked in that. And that's a problem. We don't have enough equipment for this. So we're basically just tying it up when it could be used for reinforcements. There's no way we have motorized. Do I keep training light divisions, maybe? I think I'm going to slowly... Because we have enough to cover our front. I was saying earlier I would rather a few large... Sorry, I was saying earlier I would rather a lot of weak divisions. And that was true at the time. But now we've gotten to a point where our front line does not... It's not being stretched. So we would benefit a lot more from quality rather than quantity. So I think I'm going to just start training a few beef units. We need more support equipment. Do we still have the factories? We do. We don't have the resources. Can we import? France. Please. Now that does eat up civilian factory, which we do not have many of. That's real bad. Alright. Where are we putting our offensives? I think here. It's got to be. We are in a place where we can do desperate defense. I don't think we're actually in a state of desperation, but from the game's perspective... Oh, shoot. Yeah, let's buy some stuff. So basically we're sending out a call to like a whole bunch of different nations. And it seems like there's a different percentage chance for each nation. I wonder if that might be based on relationship. So, like, there was a 0% chance from, what was it, Germany? 0% chance from French. Really? The French? Oh, because the French have, like, sort of a thing where they need to unlock the ability to support or intervene one way or the other in Spain. I wonder if that might be it. I wonder which directions France has gone since last I saw them. It looks like Germany's going to be more or less historical. I don't remember seeing anything appear for the UK. The Soviets cannot do anything other than what they were historically doing. The Shogunate has turned into the Empire, and they're going after the Soviet Union. Okay, so that was my mistake. I actually mistook, because I don't see it often, the direction that Japan was going. They're actually going for the anti-Soviet route, which means China's actually going to be fairly ignored, which is like the best thing that could possibly happen to China. They are insane if they're given the chance to power up. Recruitable population's always nice. I don't think we're in a huge manpower dire strait yet, but, you know, it'd be better to avoid that situation. Is there anything cheeky I could do here? I don't think so. Be kind of funny to help them shoot these guys, but no, I don't think so. I think that guy's just dead. No, that guy's just dead. The Carlists are doing a hell of a lot better than I usually see them do, which is interesting. Probably a good thing, I would say. They are kind of paying attention to my front, but really I could just walk in and poke them in the butt. I don't think I want to yet, but eventually it'll happen. It'll have to happen. You know, we gotta win the Civil War, right? There's all these different factions, and Spain is ours! Well, Japan, the thing about... It's ballsy of them, yes, but... The thing about the Soviet Union is, after Stalin took power, he was just so incredibly paranoid about all of his officers that he went on the Great Purge. Basically, interrogating, torturing, gulagging, and executing a lot of his upper echelon of officers, and surrounding him instead by a bunch of new, young, inexperienced officers that really, they were just terrified. They were more afraid of being caught as disloyal than they were concerned with actually doing their job correctly. So basically, the Soviets are just in this massive disarray of just not being able to organize themselves. So it actually is, like, if you look at it on the map, it looks like the Soviet Union could just, like, lean one way and then Japan's gone. But really, they just don't have the organization and their officers to really, like, use what they have to its fullest potential. So yes, it will be a hell of a fight, but with all of these modifiers, Japan actually has a pretty solid chance, especially if they focus solely on the Soviet Union as opposed to China. Now, of course, historically, the Soviet Union were absolute monsters in the Second World War, and they did an insane amount of fighting, were incredibly successful in the Second World War, and died a lot. But that was represented in the game as over time they kind of figure their stuff out. They get over the Great Purge, and they slowly start to, you know, retrain, figure out loyalties, put the paranoia aside. And essentially the way that translates into the game is that early game Soviet Union is basically unable to mount any sort of offensive, and late game they're just insanely strong. So it'd be pretty intense if Japan just walked through Soviet Union, but not impossible. And of course, you got to consider historically, like, Japan picked a fight with the U.S. Like, I think ballsy is pretty much their MO. Do we want to engage desperate defense? Spend power points to increase our defenses. We're holding the line. I don't think that's a problem. I think they're more concerned with each other than they are with us. With that said, most stats mo better. But I don't think it's necessary right now. Oh, Portugal's getting in on this. Portugal is supporting the nationalist side. That's interesting. We don't have enough intelligence to really see what's going on. I realize in retrospect, we should have created the agency right away. The spy agency. I didn't do it because I figured we would put our factories to better use elsewhere. But at the end of the day, I think that we don't have any factories now. So we should have made it while we had factories, so that we could make use of it now. And really, the factories that we employed in the early game didn't really accomplish much of anything. So that's one thing that you could, one takeaway from this thus far is spy agency early as Spain, I would say. Now, I wonder if you split up during the Civil War, do both sides get to retain the spy agency? That'd be really interesting to know. So we're holding steady. Actually, are we? The South is starting to see a bit of pain. Maybe we do want a desperate defense. Now, this obviously only lasts for a certain amount of time. It's not forever. So really it was more of a timing thing. Like, okay, now is the time to use desperate defense. I think we could probably be pretty successful if we start some maneuvers with our beefier provinces. Like, this is effectively a cutoff. It doesn't look like one, but this is Carlist land, this is nationalist land. So these 3 provinces here and the soldiers within them will become cut off. And now they'll be so starving that we can just walk in and boot them. Now what okay, so what this guy's planning on doing is just walking into the Carlist land so that he can just open it up for them. But we might prevent that, maybe. We'll see. Let's see if we can get rid of these nationalists. That would be good. Would be really good. Do we want to fight this guy or this guy? I don't know. Now the Republicans here are doing fine, which is obnoxious, but acceptable. Let's see. Is there anything we can do with our army experience? Do we want to pad out? We don't have the equipment. We have a bunch of equipment, but really we're just using that for reinforcing our dudes. So we don't have the equipment required to really expand our units as much as we want to. So if we keep going down here, almost bear the torch removes autonomous state. It tanks our stability, but that doesn't matter because we don't have stability. You know, you can't get lower than 0, so we don't worry about that. Recruitable population goes way up, which is very interesting. Consumer goods factories will increase. Collectivized society is not as good in general. I'll have to double check, but it looks like it's not as good as total mobilization. But if that's what we have to do, that's what we have to do, right? We can choose another offensive. I think this one, Valencia, or yeah, I think Valencia is the one. Air wings? Really? Oh, you're standing by? Yeah, no. Go fight. Do your thing. Do what we hired you to do. Now, we're not producing any fighters, so as our fighters get shot down, we cannot replace them. But what are you going to do, right? Field hospitals are done. That will be nice eventually. Unfortunately, we don't have the motorized to make that dream happen. Tanks are still under production, way too far out from the next artillery level. Do we research fighters? We could get better fighters in the air. That would tie up more. That would tie up more factories, which we don't have. More excavation. Do we even excavate anything? We excavate 0, so increasing that will do 0. We're almost at a point of increasing our support weapons. I think we can take a 0.06 ahead of time. I think we need that. If for no other reason, then nothing else is better. Pretty interesting flag going on there. It's pretty rad, actually. Emilio Mora, the leader of the Spanish Directory. That's what they're being called now. Not Nationalist Spain, they're the Spanish Directory. From what I understand, these are the Spanish that historically would have won. However, they would probably, like in the game, they would sit around for a little while and then eventually ally Hitler, probably. So we want to avoid that. Looks like the Nationalists figured out, or the Directory, I guess, managed to figure out their situation here. So it's going to be really hard to unpocket them here, but we might be able to unpocket them here, including bopping the Portuguese, which doesn't serve us very much, but it's funny, so why not? I could push forward here. You know, best case scenario, we might be able to liberate a few factories. Be pretty nice, actually. Both of you guys can go, actually, since I don't think this is under any threat from this province here. Do we keep going? I say we keep going. Let's see how far we can take this this push. Maybe we can take out Pamplona. I don't want to capitulate the Carlists necessarily. I guess I do because I want their equipment, but I like that they're providing a huge amount of resistance for the nationalists. So their capital is just going to move to Burgos or Bilbao. Probably Bilbao. And then the nationalists are probably going to take it after that. They're going to try to cut me off, but I don't want that to happen, so we'll try to prevent that. Alright, there we go. So we have Pamplona, the capital, they took it back. Okay, well that's fine. Honestly, we pushed forward, made a bit of gains. It's not so bad. If we move forward here, we can kind of sort of shrink the front line a little bit, which is always good. You always want it. Well, you don't always want a shorter front line, but generally speaking, in our case, we want a shorter front line because we don't have enough people to cover our current front line. Can we get this guy? It'd be really nice to get this guy. What decision is available? Purchase more infantry equipment. We absolutely want to do that. We're not short on infantry equipment right now. You can see we have 2.4k in a pile. But that's going to go down very quickly. A lot of boats that I haven't even looked at, like, yeah, sure, these boats aren't going to get finished anytime soon. So we're not going to worry too much about that. We did just finish a tank design, so we're going to probably go down the light branch. And then late game, pivot over to modern. Because at the moment, I don't think heavy tanks... Are heavy tanks really going to benefit us? No, because they're way too expensive. There's no way we can afford heavy tanks. I mean, really, we can't afford light tanks to begin with. So no, I don't think heavy tanks are going to be the road for us. You know, like maybe post Civil War, we could figure something out with the heavies. At the moment, though, it's not going to be worth it, and by the time we're ready for heavies, we'll be almost ready for moderns. So I think it's much better to... Did the stream just go... Stream might have just been turning black a little bit, because I just realized something. My hotkey for selecting the currently active game window is the same as the increased speed. Although with that said, oh, okay. Yeah, alright, whatever. Good to know. And I just checked my settings. It looked like, for some reason, it removed the hotkey that was creating the problem. So it's kind of a problem, but it worked out well. So, cool. It looks like things are pretty manageable now, and the reason for that is now all sides are fighting the nationalists. That used to be us in that situation. Now it's them. So, yes, we did lose the bottom here. But now we're not losing nearly as much in terms of, like, people. I'm very okay with that. Is it go time? I don't think so. Gomez doesn't think so either. Do we want to keep poaching little individual territories here? Yeah, why not? Let's see if we can take down this guy. Just two guys, or two divisions of units. Let's see what we can do about bopping them. Will you start fighting, sir? That'd be nice. Yes, you are. Okay. So the ideal is I want to be in the defense, especially in mountains. So he's attacking me into the mountains. I'm going to get huge defensive bonuses. For some reason, he decided to attack my strongest province. So that's an error. But the idea is he's going to wear himself out, and we're just going to walk into this easily bopping those units. So, yeah. They lost that fight. They're going to immediately try to fight again. Let's just... Yeah, okay. They're going to try to fight again, and we're just going to walk in and clear them out. Alright. You guys are done. So, decisions available. What have we got? Purchase more. Infantry equipment? Yes, sir. How much do we get? Not much. We're running low on infantry equipment, so it's a good thing we've got these purchase decisions available. Things seem to be going well-ish. I'm just waiting for something else big to happen to shake this up. I don't know if anything will. I doubt it. But I feel like that's what this this war needs. We've hit a bit... This is actually probably the most even I've ever seen the Spanish Civil War go. Usually the Carlists appear and immediately get destroyed. And then just one of these big guys eventually overtakes the anarchists and then eventually wins. But this is actually a pretty solid stalemate going on here. Gomez is now a little bit thinking that maybe we can do this, which is actually pretty interesting. Autogestion. So we can get collectivized society. Let's take a look at our bonuses just to refresh ourselves. So we have the anarchist commune, which gives us war support and defense in Spain. So as long as we're fighting in Spain, we'll have a defensive bonus, which is good. Surrender limits, so basically we will not surrender until we are completely gone. Our disbanded army, so we had a proper professional army. We disbanded that in favor of local militias, which is not working out. I mean, it's working out in the sense that, hey, they're not treasonous, but they're not very good. We are gaining a bunch of manpower weekly. I mean, that's not a huge amount, but it's something. Especially since any sort of weekly manpower is a huge boon here. Whoa! The Carlists have been defeated. Okay, well that's cool. So, despite fanatical fighting, the last Carlist pockets of resistance have been defeated by our forces. Though the conflict is greatly simplified as a result, our fight continues against our remaining enemies. So, we did get a little bit of loot from that, but mostly it seems like we just got a whole bunch of territory that we're immediately going to lose. We did not get any new factories from that. It looks like... See, the thing about the Spanish Directory, they don't win the war. The one German tank wins the war. Let's see how much we can snipe from them before they get in position. Probably not much, and they're probably going to take it right back. But it could happen. Do we want to click go? I don't think so. These guys are very much our major enemy. The Republicans are a problem, but they're not insurmountable. I just realized the Republicans, yeah, no, they get a huge amount of support from the Soviets. Which I don't know how powerful it gets, but it can be pretty extreme. If the war does go on long enough, by the way, other nations can literally just declare war and join in, which is something that I did in my recent French campaign. So it is possible that, like, for example, the French, if Germany doesn't smack them, might literally join the fight. Portugal is actually kind of likely to literally join the fight. Not a lot of people are likely to, but like the British Empire. Oh shoot, Britain's gone fascist. What was I saying before? The British might join with the Directory. It's possible. Basically, nobody would join us. Anarchists, not a thing that exists in much of a form in this current stage. Poland versus Lithuania. That's an interesting one you don't see too often. The French, what are you guys even doing? I still don't know what direction they're going in. They might be going historical. Historical, of course, being lose. Decisions available. Purchase more. Yeah, we'll take more. We can take a Murcia offensive, which is that there? We don't really want that, do we? No, I don't think so. I think we want an offensive. I don't think it's there, though. Well, they're doing it, apparently. How much intel do we have? Okay, so we have 22. They have at least as much. They have probably a similar amount. That's terrifying. The Spanish Directory are terrifying. Of course, that isn't divisions. I doubt their divisions are less than us. Yeah, no. They have way beefier divisions than we do. You can see this. Deployed army manpower is a much better gauge of how strong their army is. This is the amount of actual dudes in the field, whereas this right here is the amount of actual divisions. So divisions, it could be a literal single person with a gun. It could be like 5,000 people with guns. It's not quite, you know, you can't literally have one person, but, you know, it's that kind of deal. So this is kind of a general gist, but it's really not a proper solid idea. The biggest thing is deployed army manpower. So they actually have at least 120,000 dudes in the field. We have 88,000. They have at least much more than us. They have at least as much as us. We are definitely the underdogs here. That is without a question. And I think that's just by virtue of we are the anarchists. I'm not sure about the Carlists, but one of the two is definitely going to be the weakest faction in the Civil War. Either the anarchists or Carlists. And I think it's the anarchists. Well, with that said, the anarchists usually die last, so... maybe, well, between them and the Carlists. A lot of it also has to do with support. I mean, Italy and Germany are going to support the Directory, and the Soviets are going to support the Stalinists. So it's just, you can't get support. You don't have much. You don't have as much stuff. I'm doing my best here, but it's possible this will end in a loss. I just want to get everybody ready for that. It's weird you guys don't see the game constantly going black, because on my Twitch sort of director's screen, it keeps flashing black every time I click plus. Things are pretty red, and yet people are still moving. That's the thing. People are moving forward. So it ain't going well, but it's going. And that's pretty good. Our manpower is stable. We do have infantry equipment. We're kind of lacking in support equipment, so maybe I should be putting my factories in there more so, especially since we can buy infantry equipment. Should I even be buying infantry equipment? I think I shouldn't, just because we really need somebody up here, like an infantry specialist or something. Okay, so yeah, rather than having specific dudes, we'll actually be hiring councils, which is kind of interesting. Not very good. Oh, here we are. Genius. Infantry Military Council, pretty freaking good. So I think new plan, save up to 150 points and stop buying infantry equipment. I think we have a decent stockpile right now. If we can save up so that we can, oh, Austria has been anschlussed. So we can get that council going, then that'll be really powerful. Normally, research slots are a easy pick. But we're currently a little bit research locked. There's not a lot that we actually want to research. And I think this, it's not really going to do much, but it keeps us going towards very useful things. I mean, just threats abound is really, really good. Plus 10% defense. Man, there's really not a lot of good focuses here. Really not good at all. Man, I really want to get further down so that we can do these Seeds of Revolution. Sounds really interesting. Like, we can just start making anarchist revolutions all over the world. Like, that's pretty awesome. Like, imagine if, you know, Germany's in the middle of World War II taking over the whole place, and suddenly a bunch of anarchists rise up and just take over. That'd be pretty awesome. Are planes still in range? Our planes are still in range. I could bring them further, but I'm worried that they're just going to get taken by foot troops. Do not want to keep purchasing equipment. Well, things are turning green and then not turning green, so there's good and bad happening. I'm trying to look for places where I could theoretically encircle them, but it just doesn't look like that's in the cards. It just doesn't look like that's going to happen. Polish, Lithuanian Commonwealth? Okay. So that is the new state of Poland. It is no longer Poland. It is the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, a historically... if you've played EU4, Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is effectively the end game. Well, end game. It's really like, it's what you work towards, and then after that you're just having fun in the playground of Europe. Eastern Europe. So they're back. I wonder what Japan's up to. How close are they to pulling the trigger? So they're currently buffing out the Manchu. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I can't see. It's an interesting thing, but a little bit unfortunate about La Résistance is that it adds this this system of like you can't easily read what other people have done. I get it, and it does add gameplay elements. Like you actually have to get intelligence to figure out what other people are doing. But it's nice, you know, when you're in the middle of a stalemate, just to kind of like pan over the world and like oh, they're working on the Manhattan Project. That's okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. Manhattan Project in 1938? Are you serious? Gee willikers. What's Canada doing? Nothing. They're making boats. I respect that. You know, Canada needs good boats. Mexico, they still haven't had unless my memory is failing me, Mexico has not had a civil war yet, which is very interesting. Usually they get into that pretty nastily. British Empire is still being imperialist. I'm surprised that Commonwealth hasn't actually broken from the British Empire yet. Looks like China has almost completely united the Chinas. All they're missing is Yunnan and, of course, the Japanese areas, but I doubt that's going to happen. Mostly, China's just going to have a really good time sorting out their horrific economic situation. They're going to be able to sort that out completely undisturbed and then just, well, probably chill for the entire game. Like, China's not a very aggressive nation in this game, and as such, I doubt there's really much going to be coming out of China. It's really just going to be Japan's going to go north, and then that's it. You know, like, maybe if we were to win this and, like, get super powerful, we might start some stuff with China, but I don't see that happening. How are things? Not great. We're holding, barely. We are producing more units. That's definitely happening. Like, that can't be ignored. We are still behind on support equipment, which is unfortunate. We just hit a deficit in infantry equipment, which is scary. Okay, so we are currently over budget. We have too many units in Gomez's army, so I'm going to split off my beefcake units. I'm going to move them to more important locations. So everybody halt. And what are we considering important? Where do we really want to push? I think we really want to push up north because the directory is without a doubt the scary guys. These are the ones, they're the ones that really make me nervous. What's the factory situation? So if I have 8, they have at least 18, they have at least 10. We are not in the best situation here. I will not lie to you guys. Economically, we're behind. Militaristically, we're behind. In land, we're behind. But we are holding the line. Barely. They're in a stalemate with each other. Portugal might jump in. I don't think they will, but it would be really funny if they did. Like, wouldn't that be great if Portugal just walks in from behind the Directory and just smacks them all? Oh man, they're like... They're weaker than us. I could take Portugal one-on-one. Not gonna. But I could. Do we need to... We need something real ballsy, like suddenly tanks. But we just don't have the economic power. Anti-communism, anti-democracy. Are we technically... We're technically non-aligned. We're not even communist, technically. We're an anarchist commune, which is largely communist, but not exclusively communist. Which, I guess, okay. Everything here costs political power, but I'm saving that. Even though we're earning so little because of our zero stability. How can an anarchy be unstable? That doesn't make sense. Anarchies are by their nature. Oh, that's it. The Czechs have refused to give up the Sudetenland. And as such, the war has begun. Autonomous state, max factories, recruitable population. So this is something I've noticed is that this upcoming focus removes this autonomous state feature. It doesn't do a huge amount though. So I don't know how much I'm actually worried about that. So let's take a look at Germany and the Czechs because they, you know, obviously, ooh, shoot, the Czechs actually didn't finish constructing their factories. You'll notice it's 7 on 10. Had they finished their factories, it would be 10 on 10, and they'd be like almost completely impenetrable. They did not finish that, and what's worse is there's like one province here that actually, based on their primary national focus tree, doesn't even get factories, which is really obnoxious. So that's like a massive vulnerable weak spot. But they actually aren't as well prepared for this war as they could be, which is actually a bit scary. I usually like seeing Czechoslovakia win, for no other reason than just... Oh shoot! The Commonwealth is in fact breaking free from the fascist England. South Africa, New Zealand, and Canada have broken off. More to come. None of this is very useful right now. I guess we'll try to get better fighters. Like, I don't think that's going to help us, but I don't think anything's going to help us. So they are still in the... oh, Australia didn't break. It was New Zealand. So there's no faction here. They don't have... Because sometimes, depending on how nations break from the crown, it could be that Canada sets up the Commonwealth of Nations, which is like the Allies, but not. India is separated. But in this case, it looks like everybody's just kind of broken off, and now they're doing their own thing. Everybody's become independent, no alliances, no nothing like that. How's our doctrine? It's going. How is our industry? It's too early. Research speed, we can do that. Okay, so we'll buff out our computer technology. It's something. Rome protocols. So Italy may or may not be joining Germany, which is interesting. It'd be nice to see a weaker Germany. It's always nice to see a weaker Germany. Australia joined the Allies. So Australia decided to stay with the fascist English. So we're going to take threats abound to give us 10% more defense, because that sounds like a great idea. Did we grow or shrink? Oh, shoot. Whole bunch of stuff is happening right now. Okay. Yugoslavian Civil War. Croatia has joined the Axis. Yugoslavia is joined the English. So the English are fascist, but they're at war with the Germans because Yugoslavia joined on with the Allies, and so did France. So now Germany is actually at war with Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, France, and England simultaneously, as well as all of the allies that come with that, including Romania, which is actually a sort of like a subtle powerhouse. They have the power to really really turn the tables in a war, but they're not going to be able to hold anything on their own. And usually the AI isn't spectacular. Czechoslovakia, unfortunately, their defenses have been reached. Once a crack appears in Czechoslovakia, it's basically over. Like, they rely on that outer shell of the Sudetenland and the forts they're in, but those forts were not ready, and so they're just gone. Yeah, they did not, unfortunately, check themselves and have therefore wrecked themselves. This is not going to help us much. With that said, there's nothing else we can really research now that would help us. So, because this will help us a little bit, I guess is what we've got. And we're not redesigning our... Oh, officer... Oh, shoot, that's huge. Okay, that's actually quite rare. So I'll get on that in a second. Because we have a ton of experience and we're not designing any new tanks, we're not redesigning our divisions, I think we can reasonably just spend on the research. Gonna tell Gomez to go. Are we growing? I think we're growing in this direction. It's hard to say, right? Because the shape is clearly changed. I'm not sure if it's because this is thinner, if this is wider, or both. Probably both. Okay, so officer revolt in the Soviet Union. Now this is really interesting. Russia, a more democratic Tsarist, maybe? I actually don't know. Do they have a name? I don't see it, if they do. They have broken off from the Soviet Union and are now attacking the Soviet Union. So we might actually get Russia instead of the Soviets. If Japan pulled the trigger on Russia in the near future, that would be very interesting. I doubt they will, but it'd be interesting. Japan's in the anti-communist branch. I think that's this one. Yeah, prepare for war with the Soviet Union. Oh, but there's a whole bunch of other stuff where they actually non-aggression with China, make nice with the West, and then join the Axis. So they would join in against the UK if they went down this direction, and then declare war on the Soviet Union, which then brings the Soviet Union in against the Germans whilst they're fighting a civil war. It'd be interesting to see. Let's see if we're around long enough to see it. Is there anything we want to do? Yes, we want to keep waiting for that infantry bonus. We are actually making a really good headway here. This is really interesting. We're actually turning this around a little bit just by exploiting a really focused push with our strongest divisions. I don't think it's maintainable, especially because we have no infantry equipment. I need to stop recruitment so I can recirculate all of their equipment into the pile, but we have no more guns. Be it guns, ammunition, what have you. Okay, pausing again. So, the Italians have joined the Hungarians, which means they will not be joining the Axis. Hungary would normally invite Austria as well, but they can't because Austria doesn't exist anymore. Do we want the other... That's not going to lead anywhere, and again, we're so research locked. We don't want this. Well, do we? I don't know what this is. Does this create a Portuguese civil war, or does this put us at war with them? Like, it just says get the event Portuguese anarchism. That sounds like a good thing. Doesn't sound like a good thing when we're in a super weak position, though. It looks like it's actually probably going to bring Portugal into our fold. So we could keep going down here, which looks fairly worthless. Oh, removes the national spirit disbanded army. That's actually huge. Okay, yeah, no, we want that. We'll go down that way. Light tanks, we've hit our limit on how far we can research this. If we were going to start producing light tanks, it would be now. I don't think we are. We can't. We do not have the resources to do it. Artillery, cannot do. Getting better weapons would be really nice. It is slightly ahead of time, but I think we can take it. It's only like a month and a half ahead of time. These guys are still pushing. I don't know how far that's going to go, but I like what it's doing so far. I mean, is it time to... yeah, no, we don't have the infantry equipment to keep pushing, so I think that's where we stop. And then I'm going to take our beefcakes, and I'm going to retreat you guys back to where we're getting hammered. Because I really do not want to lose this land. This is very important land. Barcelona has to be protected. No divisions in basic training? Of course not. We have no guns. Oh, shoot. You guys are quick. Okay. Yeah, so that's good. They're already there. We'll give them a plan just so that they can start accruing planning bonus, but I don't think it's going to amount to much. Maybe it will. She certainly thinks it might. Thinks it's an even fight, probably. We're almost at enough political power to purchase more infantry equipment, which is going to be direly needed. We do have free civilian factories. One. But that's good. That's good. That means we just finished a factory, which I like. We are producing support equipment, which we currently have enough of, but it's always good to have more. Let's buy some more infantry equipment. Still 0% chance of getting French and 16 from everybody else, which is weird, but okay. I don't get it, but... once again, like... the Soviet Union did win their war against Russia. Well, that's right. Would have been nice to see a proper Russia. I've actually done a few times where I try to be Russia, but it's just so... It's a lot. It's a lot to surmount when you don't have outside help. I'm sure there are strategy guides that would help you through it. I actually don't read too many strategy guides for this game. I mostly make it up as I go. And like, I've read some. You know, I've read some tips and tricks here and there, especially for specific builds, like how to do Qing Run, where you break free of Japan. But for the most part, I just kind of feel it out as I go. Oh, we have better fighters unlocked. We can't produce them. Constructions. Yeah, it's time to start improving our construction. Let's remove disbanded army is going to be huge. So obviously we're not like reenacting our army, but we're definitely going to be removing the penalties of it. Communal military strategy. Yeah, so basically what we're doing is we're using fighting tactics and abilities such that our current armed forces are working as well as a professional army would. And Republicans, you guys, like, you gotta push harder. You're taking the brunt hard. They still seem to be militaristically roughly even with us. Economically still ahead of us. We've lost death before surrender. What that basically means is it's going to be a lot easier to capitulate us. And that's going to be true of all of the Spanish factions. You no longer need absolutely every single piece of land in order to, or every single city or victory point in order to capitulate us. If you do manage to capture a bunch, then that'll be enough. And when I say a bunch, I mean we're very close to that level. We might just go down. Ah, wouldn't that be funny? Yeah, we definitely want to purchase more infantry equipment. Let's see what we're at. Yeah, we need a lot more. Need more guns. Can we buy from like Canada or something? Wouldn't that be nice? Why aren't the French selling us weapons? We've got political power. Be nice. I can do it again? Oh, that was quick. I could do desperate defense. Don't think it's as relevant right now. I think the biggest thing we need is very much just more guns. I think our stats are fine at the moment. Do we want a cheeky push up here? No, that would stretch us way too thin. We could do a cheeky push down here though. Would have been nice to grab that airport when I noticed it, but too late. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. The Republicans are really pushing huge. Oh, that's actually fantastic. So we can pocket a bunch of these guys. Yeah, we want that. Actually, don't fight these guys. Is there any way we can exploit the situation to our advantage? Not currently. I don't think. I'm not seeing anything, any power moves. Alright, that's huge. Our military just got a lot better. I guess the next thing to do, yeah, recovery rate's pretty freaking good. Yeah, I think this right here is meaningless to us because our war support's like way high above 100%. So we don't need to worry too much about war support, but it does open up some interesting options. Oh man. Wouldn't I love to go there? Lock this guy in place. Unfortunately, he's being held down. Can I do that? Wouldn't it be nice? Alright, so let's see if we can pop that encircled guy. Be very cool. They're really losing here. Republican Spain has taken Madrid. See, this is fantastic because I would much rather fight the Republicans. Ooh. Ooh. We're losing intelligence on them. So I can't really gauge exactly how strong they are, but it is possible that they just became superpowered because the Soviets just dumped a bunch on them. Soviet industrial aid, military advisors, yeah, it's basically just I'm fighting Russia. Because the story with the Stalinists is they can get a huge amount of help from the Soviets. In exchange, if they win the war, which I actually very often see them win the war, they will become Soviet puppets. And what they can do is they can later have an independence war, or just say, hey, Soviets, we want to be independent. The Soviets are like, okay. Or maybe they will say not okay and declare war. Which is nice. It looks like the Polish are just eating up the Baltics, which is unusual. I don't think I've ever seen this before. They're just marching north. I mean, they haven't taken Estonia yet, but it looks like it's only a matter of time. Oh, no, they have actually... they have gotten the Estonians into Miedzmois? I have no idea. Polish is an interesting language that I do not understand. Elastic defense, mobile infantry. I mean, mobile infantry before Blitzkrieg for sure. But the thing is, this does nothing for us. So that's it. I'm done with. I am done with our land doctrine. That is all we can get that will benefit our foot troops. So we're going to start working on better equipment. Now that it's finally 1939, a huge amount of research has opened up for us, so we can start working on that instead. We really want this combat to end as soon as possible, so I'm going to send more dudes in here. Hopefully that works out. That did not work out. That did not work at all. We want these guys to fall first, and the reason for that is... Don't stop. The reason for that is if this guy loses his fight while he's impocketed, then he'll just go away. He won't retreat. He won't be able to retreat. He'll have nowhere to go. But now that he has a path back home, he'll be able to retreat down that path. Come on, Republicans. Fight harder. And somebody, please sell me some infantry equipment. I really need it. Yeah, I don't think that's entirely likely to happen. I think we're just exposing ourselves to counterattacks. That's unfortunate, but not the worst thing in the world. I think that was just giving us consumer goods factory bonuses. I think. Italy's thinking about going after Yugoslavia, which is very interesting because that would put Italy and Hungary at war with the British and the French. So while the factions won't be the same, the sides will effectively be the same. Or Czechoslovakia, faction. That's really interesting. I would have expected them. I guess they wouldn't join the Allies because they're fascist technically. So yeah, I guess they just have nobody to join. It's funny. It's going to be technically a fascist faction, even though most of the member states are democratic or non-aligned, which, you know, kind of makes sense. All right, so we can now improve. I don't necessarily like doing that because we're going to have better infantry equipment, but it's going to be more expensive, so we're going to have less of it. But you got to do it, you know. You just got to, because you have to, obviously. We have no guns with which to train anybody, so we still are going to leave that as it is. We do technically have an armored division, but like, yeah, no, there's no way. There's no way. We're losing the north again. Flashbacks. If we click go here, we might be able to get some clever pockets going on, but like, there's so much defensive stuff going on. I think I might be better served to actually move our beefcakes up north. They're pinned down by the Republicans, so I'm not worried about losing that area as much as I was. Can we promote anybody? Yes, we can. You can get infantry expert, which is huge since all of our army is infantry. You can also get infantry expert. Okay, we're good with that. We're very good with that. So all of our infantry just got some pretty significant buffs. Are there other army defense, army offense? I mean, these are very good. But do they compare with just getting a ton of infantry equipment? I think I would rather the infantry equipment. How does this compare, by the way? I mean, yeah, no, that's not very good at all. I guess it has its benefits. It's niche. It changes a lot. Factory output goes way up. Oh my god, factory output goes insanely up. Maybe it is pretty good then. I'm just looking at like production efficiency goes down, but then output goes up, so I guess that balances out. Research speed tanks, but research, like, we've had pretty good research, and that's not what's blocking us right now. It's a complex situation. I'm dealing with a lot of issues in this game that I haven't before. So beefcakes, because they move insanely fast, are more or less in position. I think I like the idea. Oh, they abandoned this area. Okay, yeah, sure. Let's walk in. Sure. That massively shrinks our front line and allows us to free up some units to defend elsewhere. That's hugely good. Yeah, we like that. Can we move you here? Like, you'll beat us there, but we'll probably win the fight. Especially if you're holding these guys down. Maybe get some other guys in there too. I mean, yeah, actually we might even win the race there. I don't think we're racing anybody, so yeah. That's good. I like that. This seems to be a massive turning point in the war. Now we're afraid of the Republicans. Now I think the strategy is collect as much land as possible before the nationalists go down. That way, when they capitulate, we will we'll retain a lot more land and therefore potentially get more factories out of it. We can't do any more offensive missions, which is kind of interesting. Let's see. We do have oil. It's really not much. I mean, do we activate the Navy again? They're not really doing a lot. We could certainly send them back to port. That'd be handy. You too. You know, I know I told you guys to like hold, but I didn't mean just sit there in the middle of the ocean and get bombed. Actually, it's remarkable they weren't bombed, all things considered. Oh, that's bad. That's real bad. We do not want that happening. No, siree. Yeah, let's see if we can pinch this off. That way we can isolate those guys just north of it. Yeah, we can't go much further without finishing the... Yeah, we can't really go much further at all. Is there anything we can do? I mean, we can do shared burdens for less consumer good factories, which is 0. Yeah, we basically locked on national decisions, or national foci. I mean, on the plus side, that means we'll accrue more political power, which means we can hire more ministers, etc. That's very good, actually. I think I like the way this is going. It's hard to say. It's very hard to say. They have a lot of land, but not a lot of dudes. Yeah, like, I think I have more guys than they do, at least in terms of division. It could be, once again, that they just have really big, beefy divisions. And that's actually kind of likely, isn't it? Portugal? Can you not? Can you just not be here? Like, what are you even doing here? What do you get out of this? You're helping the fascists. You do have a lot of fascism in you. Yeah, maybe that is what you want to be doing. I guess Portugal might be just going a fascist route. Is anybody else doing anything interesting at all? Like, the British path to fascism. That sounds good. Soviets, nothing. You guys are still improving. Oh, looks like the communist Chinese have taken a huge... so China has this mechanic where they're basically doing this constant internal power struggle, where they're trying to take over each other without going to war, by winning the hearts and minds of the people. It looks like communist China just beat out China. However, that does not exclude the other Chinas, the other warlords from the race. It could be that the Guangxi clique, for example, goes in and takes over. So that's interesting to watch. India, they're going to enjoy a nice, quiet, neutral game where nobody touches them, because that's just how India do lately. It seems like Britain in recent patches seems to very often go fascist, which usually leads the Commonwealth to just separate out from the fascists and for the most part do nothing. India, I mean, sometimes like Australia, Canada will get involved as the Commonwealth of Nations, but like India almost never joins that. Never joins that? I think never joins that. And then like that's just it. India just sits there and does nothing, which is interesting because whenever I'm playing India, I really want to separate and just do my own thing. And Britain's like, nah, we're going to be your overlords forevermore. Yeah, the nationalists are crumpling. How much do they have left to go? Why am I still... Still, I'm the losing one. Like, this little bar, when this hits the bottom, you're out. And it's dependent on how many cities you hold relative to your entire core territory. So, like, all of Spain is the entire core territory for all of us. So, nobody's going to be full, because nobody holds all of the cities. But for some reason, I'm, like, about to capitulate, and yet nationalists look like they're doing totally peachy keen. So these guys are pocketed. I would like to kill them as soon as possible, or capture them, whatever you want to, whatever helps you sleep at night. So I would like to throw everything that I have in at them, but I don't know if I'll be able to do it in time. They are simultaneously attacking into Bilbao, so that's going to hurt them a lot. Maybe I can dislodge the silly Portuguese. Oof, don't like that at all. Yeah, we're going to abandon that little spot in order to not get pinched. Yeah, we're losing this whole bottom area. We used to be all the way down to Valencia. Decision available. Purchase more infantry equipment. We need more guns. Of course, it's like guns, grenades, ammunition, all that stuff. Are we fighting Republicans? Yeah, we're next to them, kind of, but not really. I've not clicked go on any of the orders yet because I really don't like the idea of losing any more infantry equipment. I really want those units to go down though. Dispersed infantry done. That's good. How close are we? 0.47, so too far away. Same story here, here. We don't have any mountain infantry, so that's not worth doing. We can improve our engineer companies, which we actually do have some of in the field. So that's very good. We don't have any anti-air or anti-tank, so we're not going to worry about that. Still not in a position where that's going to be helpful to us at all. Do we start passively? No, our Navy's not doing anything. Do we start getting air doctrine? That could work. Not going to get radio because we just don't have the means to construct it. Conversion speed, I don't fully understand it. Like, I kind of get what that's trying to do, but not really. I think... Now, we do have mountain infantry unlocked, and we do have a division for it, so I think the move is to improve them so that we can put some in the field. We don't have any currently, but we can get some if we wanted it. Once we get more infantry equipment, I mean, that's pretty much the #1 blocker there. And there's plenty of mountains in this area, so that's not a bad plan. We'll go here because it's undefended. And we'll just speed up time so that hopefully we can move somewhere. Albania has submitted to Italy. Yugoslavia is putting up a very, very good fight. And Czechoslovakia, you know, they're not going to last very long. But they've lasted this long, which is pretty impressive. So Pakistan has declared war on India, so there's going to be a bit of a war there that's just going to end in a white peace like immediately. We have no more national focuses we're allowed to take, so we could either take one of these or just let it go and accrue political power, which is what I'm going to do. Because we really want to start staffing some ministers. Hello. And then in the meantime, we just hold the line until we get ministers. Like, take as many shots as we can. Like, Burgos currently undefended, so let's go take it. These guys here along the wall. Is there anywhere weak that we can take, or maybe a pinch point? It'd be nice to pinch this off. Where is their capital? It's up here. So if I pinch this off, they're just out. Like, I just don't have the soldiers to... No, don't go that way. Hold. There you go. So you go there, you go there. If you're going there, we might be able to find some way to pinch off like their entire army, this entire army, if we separate them from here. They don't have any ports here, so it would all be inland. So they'd just run out of supply, basically. And then we could just walk in and just bomb them pretty easily, in fact. If we just manage to get in here. I mean, maybe if I... Oh, they think that they can go. I think it's an inferior enemy and they can just go. I will, but I'll wait until supply is cut off first. Yeah. Okay. They're now cut off. And therefore, it's only a matter of time before they start starving. There it is. See the little red skulls above them? They're now starving. So if we open this up, they're low supply, they're 1/3 less effective. So I'm going to let them spend themselves attacking us, and then I'm going to counterattack, and it's just going to be clean up. And that's going to be it for the directory. It's from there, it's just going to be us against the Republicans, which is a terrifying fight, but it's one that I think we might be able to do something about. If we can get some infantry equipment. It's a highly randomized amount of infantry equipment that we get, so... Do I just go now? I mean, do I want to prioritize now or later? Because the later I wait, the more Republican Spain is going to gain some land, so no, I don't want that to happen. You guys can start walking. That's going to be fine. I definitely don't want to take their capital, because if it moves into here, for example, then suddenly they're supplying them. With that said, how close are they? Not very at all. Oh, we are unlocking more factories. That's very, very good. I think we do want to start putting some into cannons, though we do have cannons, so maybe not.
Listo, señor.
Do we just take Leon for the lulz? Do they have any airports down here? No. So if we take this, it's like nothing. Yeah, maybe not. I was thinking like we could just get all of their airports done, but the thing is that would be massively overextended. And would therefore be very dangerous to do. So I don't think it's worth the risk. it's a good thing that Spain is such a land war, because I would not be able to defend against like naval invasions. If we were at war against, for example, England, who just loves naval invasions, this would not work out at all.
Atención.
I think this is the flip that we needed. This was the big moment, was suddenly Republican Spain becomes awesome. Just makes me nervous because Republican Spain is now awesome, which is a problem. Not going to do desperate defense yet because we don't need it yet. Actually, if I took this stuff, would they just capitulate? I mean, they have nothing else. Oh, you know what? They might. A lot of that might actually be their African holdings. Would it? I don't think so. All right, I'm going to try this. We're going to see what we can do about just going for a capitulation. That'll save a lot of lives. And there's no way that, well, unless their capital goes into, like, Tyrol, there's no way that this is going to change their supply situation very much. This is the swan song of the nationalist Spanish. We're almost there, guys. And then we get to lose to them Stalinists. Yeah, more factories. More factories is more good. So, do we have any resources? We do! Not much, but we do. So I think buffing it out actually might be an idea. Not necessarily a good idea, but an idea. Let's just quickly take care of you guys. Italians and Spanish otherwise. Alright. Once that goes down... Man, they have a lot. A lot in the tank. I don't fully understand where they're getting all these victory points. Like, how are they not closer to capitulation? Alright, now I just need to get these guys to safety. We do have the naval base, which is giving us supply, thankfully. But this is actually a pretty dangerous situation for these guys. So we can safely do this, I think. That'll shorten our front line pretty significantly. We can protect this land with this guy. No, we want to protect this land. Where is your new capital? Is it in Africa? I don't see any stars. Maybe I'm too zoomed out. Oh, that's actually belonging to the Republicans. That's interesting. Yeah, I have no idea where the... If they have one. I mean, there are times when it just doesn't assign a new one. I don't really know what that does for supply. Let's see what we can do about bopping this guy. Alright, yeah, now the Republicans are a real problem. We need to get our beefcakes over here. So they have at least 100... Okay, so they're probably more than us. We're not sure how much, though. Gotta get more equipment. It would be really nice if they capitulated, if only because that will give us their equipment. don't like that one bit.
Atento.
Okay, here's their new capital.
Listo, señor.
That's how they did it.
Listo.
So we're just gonna casually waltz on in here to... what is this? Zaragoza. Yeah, Beefcake Squad has been really good, but there's only so much that 7 people can do. Desperate defense, no. No, nothing yet. Be really nice to work up to one of these.
Atento.
They seem to just randomly be abandoning this area of the front. It's kind of funny. Also, why can I not do any more offensive preparations? I really don't understand how that system was supposed to work. Seems like they're still doing them. Because I saw a notification every now and again. I don't know, maybe I'm just missing something super obvious. That's never happened before, obviously.
Atención.
These guys are probably going to be able to hit go time at some point. They'll push down here, which will accomplish what? I mean, to be completely honest with you. I'm not confident that that particular beefcake push is going to do much, but at least it'll protect us from being pinched here, which would be apocalyptic. Still really need to dislodge them from these two spots here, Zaragoza and Caspe? Just these two bits of land are supporting this entire nation. I thought we were supposed to lose death before surrender. Actually, do you know what? I just realized this insanely low number is probably caused by my low stability, because that affects... I believe that affects your victory point minimum before surrendering. Okay, they're very, very low. Maybe I'm wrong. Capitulate with 20% less, capitulate with 5% less. I don't know the difference. Like, I don't know what's causing the difference, I mean. Oh, they still have death before surrender for some reason. They're gonna lose it in a second. That's weird.
Instrucciones.
Alright, so these guys are taking care of that business.
Listo para avanzar. Listo, señor.
Tanks are not very good at defending, so hopefully I'll be able to do something about dislodging these guys. I mean, we don't desperately need that land, and it's just that that tank kind of spooks me. Bless you.
Listo para avanzar.
Let's get a beefcake squad over here. They're on the ropes. We just keep swinging and they just keep getting back up. I don't know what more I can throw at them. Oh boy, that's bad. Yeah, you gotta stay still. Okay, we did purchase enough to put us into the positive for that. We still have plenty of manpower. So much manpower. We could use some more iron. And that's interesting. Do we finally have enough for a spy bureau? We need one more, but that's because one of them we're trading away. I mean, no, that's a terrible idea. We do not want a spy bureau. We do want iron. That's what we want. Because we need guns. Apparently boats. By the way, we should enable some manner of repair on our guys. Zaragoza! Don't you ever die!
Atento. Listo, señor.
You want want to deal with these guys. You should have no problem dealing with these guys, but you just... Sometimes, you know, the AI just gets infinite supply for some reason. Like, you pocket them, you push them into a corner, you shove them into a battle forever, and then the supply just doesn't go away, and I actually don't know why. Hey, Republicans, do you want to help me take Zaragoza? That'd be fun. Nice little cooperative, you know. Think of all the good times we had together, you know? I started out controlling you guys. Started playing as you guys, and, you know, we were all allies for a little bit. It was a good time. It was a great time. Now let's ally up against the goddamn Zaragozians. Alright, it looks like that northern guy's finally gonna fall. You can go to hell, please. And thank you. You guys can advance. That'll be very good. No, you don't have to, actually. Alright, yeah, you don't need to worry about getting all the way around him. I just wanted you to smack him. Yeah, we want more infantry equipment, sure. So we're still dipping below. We're basically almost entirely on just purchased equipment. Can we shove again? I mean, do we just want Beefcake Squad to take care of this? Or do we want to push where Republicans are weak? I think we do. Yeah. No, Republicans are super weak. I think we're going to push down. See if we can do something about Madrid. I doubt it. Would be nice, though. Oh, we just took a fort, apparently, which is nice. Second level fort. See, the more we push, the more factories we end up taking. And factories mean we can make more guns, mean we can arm more soldiers, mean we can take more land. So it's all the big cycle. We gotta push so we can push. If we take Zaragoza, we basically get a huge portion of whatever equipment they have in the tank, which is going to give us a huge amount of, you know, ability and flexibility to hire more troops and then continue pushing against the Republicans. It's just, we need to be able to push a little bit further so we can get over this hump, so we can just keep pushing. 10 to 30, we probably outnumber the Republican Spanish, which is huge. Now, we have very light divisions. So if we look at manpower in the field, they probably outnumber us, which is unfortunate. Just freaking capitulate. Alright, yeah, no, they're pulling in from behind us, so we need to stop this and redistribute. We gotta defend Barcelona. These guys are going to go down. I mean, let's just for funsies. Like, they have 4 to 8. Yeah, they have, like... They pretty much need that, unless they had some weird secret stuff going on in Africa. Ooh, I don't like that one bit. How about retreat over the river? That way you can defend a little bit better. And you'll have some strength left over, so you're not, you know, fresh back from a retreat. We need to engage desperate defense, I think. Do we want Beefcake Squad back there? We're calling the A-team. I don't know. They're doing real well in their push to Madrid. But we're losing pretty badly up here. Well, I say that. What if we pocketed you here? That's a terrible idea.
Guarden las distancias. Seguimos atacando.
It's interesting, we're kind of yin-yanging them. Can we get better infantry equipment? That'd be nice. 1939? No, not quite yet. Almost. Very close. So we might just pull that anyway. We don't have any active recon companies. Still not ready for a division update. Still not ready for that. 1940 is going to be a big year, but it's not here yet. Resource gain, that's what we've got. I'm not 100% okay with this movement, but I'm really happy that we've pocketed that guy. I just don't think there's anything we can do about it. I mean, it'd be really great if this would sort itself out so that we can have these 3 guys to get back in the front. Can we push forward here? We don't want to. That's the thing. We could, but then we'd be across the river, and we don't have the defensive bonus of the river protecting us. Decision available. Yep, we want more guns. Just turn up at an American Walmart, clear out their stock. Can do. Speaking of America, what are they doing? Building the Pentagon. So they've got the Manhattan Project done, but not the Pentagon. I don't know historically when the Pentagon was built. But it just seems funny to me. Manhattan Project in like 38. I mean, there might be just a fundamental misunderstanding that I have about the Manhattan Project that's leading to that being funny. Like, I thought that... I don't know. Alright, this is it. I think we can finally knock out the nationalists. Finally. Hopefully, I don't think we're going to get the credit for it. But hopefully we at least get a part of it. Alright, they're down. Are they out? I mean, it usually takes a bit. There we go. Alright, so we got basically nothing. That's really unfortunate. Alright, well these guys are going to redistribute. Wow! What? Okay, hang on. Whoop, I just mashed my keyboard and it hurt. Okay, that's a problem. Yeah, no, don't do that. I don't know why they were just given this land for free. I guess it makes sense because they took this province, but like we're at war, so like don't. Okay, so it is now us versus the Republicans, 1 versus 1. And we have a national focus available. That's interesting. Oh, because we now border Portugal. Our war for freedom has spilled over the Portuguese border and the government is being destabilized. With the proper support, it is not unthinkable that a full-scale anarchist uprising might occur within their borders. We must light this frame. So basically this is probably going to give them a civil war. This would have been a lot nicer back when they were backing the nationalists. It would be a lot nicer later when we can possibly support the anarchists there. But if this happens early, it might potentially give Portugal a way to help us, like this new anarchist Portugal, if they win, a way to help us. I don't think that's likely, though. No, I think we're going to hold off on that and just keep padding our military staff because we really need these passive bonuses. We have the numbers, so almost. We just need to be good at fighting, which we are currently not. Maybe we don't have the numbers. I mean, look at that. I don't know what that guy said, but he was panicking. Alright, those 5 divisions, wherever they are, they're going to get redistributed. I didn't want to totally redistribute them just because. But that should be taken care of now. Okay, so now I believe we have... Nope, not quite yet. What's our next upgrade? Not there, not there, not there. What's our next thing? Do we start on medium tanks? Maybe. We could just start upgrading these guys, actually. I think that's the way. Now what I could do is start getting MPs for our occupied territories, which, no, that doesn't make sense. We're not using any, we're not really occupying anything. It's all core territory, so we don't need that. Let's just upgrade our field hospitals so that when we do finally get them going, they'll be decent. Let's prevent this from pocketing. It doesn't feel like we outnumber them. That's for sure. 101k, 129k. We theoretically have many, many more divisions than they have, but each of their divisions is going to be stronger. Now, I can definitely feel that each of their divisions is stronger. They seem to be winning most fights. However, it looks like they have so many divisions. The plan usually, especially when you have a front this big, is to have more divisions so that you can just like walk around them, encircle them, and call it a day. Unfortunately, it doesn't really seem to be super possible right now. I mean, we can just sneak in here to Madrid. Actually, you know what? I don't know. Maybe it would be really stupid to just walk down to the south. Alright, well, we have Madrid now, so for whatever that's worth. Yeah, see, that's what I was afraid was going to happen. Oh, you didn't want to cancel that. Oh. Let's see if you can make it to Malaga before you die. Now, this is terrible to do with a beefcake guy. This is a really bad idea. This is a very, very bad idea. Yeah, he's gonna starve. With that said, I'm gonna do it again. Yeah, we'll take Madrid back. What's up? I don't know, they might be too afraid to attack him. Like, I don't think that's true, but it'd be funny. Yeah, he's just gonna get slower and slower as he runs out of food. And, it's gonna suck. Alright. Maybe we can pocket this guy. We just gotta go, like, person by person and pocketing by pocketing. This sucks. This hurts a lot because this was a beefcake guy. We don't have a lot of them, and we basically lost him. I mean, it's possible the AI is just going to be really dumb and let him walk all the way to Malaga. I don't expect it. Italy's at war with Greece. That's interesting. So they're at war with the Brits, Romania. Italy's not at war with France. Interesting. Very interesting. They're probably about to be. We're okay with that move, I think. They took back Madrid somehow? Okay, that's fine. I guess. It'd be really funny if I made it to Malaga. Just like, ah yes! Take a walk down the Spanish countryside and come right back to the front. British Empire versus Ireland? And were they? Yeah, they were already at war with Germany. So Ireland has joined the Axis out of necessity. I wonder if they'd... Can I join your faction? No? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, they want me to be fascist. Not allowed. I'm not fascist enough. Too anarchist. That really does conflict a lot with fascism. Oh boy, you can do it, buddy. You can do it. Oh no! Oh no, you were so close! Oh, right at the finish line. Oh, that's sad. That's sad to watch. He was right there. Well, rest in peace. You guys should be, like, moving or something. No, we want you. Beefcake Squad has to deal with this. We cannot deal with this without beefcakes. Okay, Manhattan Project began in 1939. That's interesting. So, yeah, I guess that makes sense. I don't really know too much about the Manhattan Project except that America built nukes. Because that's not where I'm from. Do I want to pull the trigger on Portugal anytime soon? Maybe? I don't know what it does. That's the problem. If I knew what all of this stuff did, I'd be able to make much more informed decisions. But like, Portuguese anarchism starts, that could mean a lot of things. It could bring them into our war, which I'm not sure if that's good or bad. Yeah, Beefcake Squad, usually incredibly fast. Probably still are. They're just taking their time right now. Oh man, they pushed almost to Barcelona. That's spooky. But we can retake some of this land. And that's it. We'll see if we can get some cheeky maneuvers here. I doubt it, but it's possible. Oh, that'd be real nice. Yeah, let's do that. Isolate this one Soviet guy, like... Oh, man. I just came to show up, but I just showed up to help, man. Yeah, he's gone. Alright, well that's a huge win, I think. We're almost to the point where they can hire another, where we can hire another minister. And yes, I know I'm spending a lot of my points on purchasing equipment, but I think it's worth it. We want that minister, but we really want to maintain our stockpile. Are you guys receiving just Soviet volunteers, and us none? Alright. Well, that's manageable, I suppose. We can improve worker conditions, but I've said it before, I don't think it'll do anything for us, or at least nothing super meaningful. This is going to free up a ton of people for the front line, which is huge. Now, where do we want to push next? Do we want to push down here and try to protect Barcelona? I think that actually might be. Or do we want Madrid back? Nah. No, I think this is probably the best idea because they seem to be very sparse here, so we might be able to sneak some encirclements. That'd be very, very good. I'm still not hitting go on my thin units just because they're going to just bleed infantry equipment, and that's not okay. What's going on? India declared war on India. Oh, they have a communist uprising in India. That's interesting. They're both called India. So there's communist India and not communist India. They're not necessarily democratic, but they're not communist. Oh, what's this? Slovenia has appeared as part of the Allies. Yugoslavia tends to kind of fall into pieces. Oh, Italy did end up at war with France. So the French are currently at war on two fronts. Usually when this happens, France usually loses the Alps and Italy is able to push, and then in their desperation to try to stem it, Germany can get through. Otherwise, Germany just goes through Belgium. India joined Pact of Rome, which means Italy is up against non-aligned India, which is interesting. It means that war is going to go on a lot longer, but it's not going to mean too much. Pakistan joined the Axis. What does that mean? Are they still at war? Oh, they're still at war. So India is now at war with a lot of people. The Pact of Rome and the Axis. Interesting. Okay, so India's basically gone. I mean, like, it depends, because that's all based on the fact that Germany and Italy will eventually send reinforcements. But the thing is, even if India wins on the subcontinent, in order to end that war, they would have to then go to Europe and deal with that. So India might win the short term, maybe. I doubt it, but maybe. But that's not aligned India anyway. But they will not win that war, as it is. We could buy guns, but we're actually ready for our minister. Do we want defense or attack? I think it's got to be attack. We already have a lot of bonuses to defense, and I think right now we just want to push as hard as we can. So we'll save up for another infantry equipment shipment. Do we even need that? Can we start Portuguese anarchism? Is that a thing? May we? Be fun. Let's just find out what it does. Let's do it. We've got a decent backlog of infantry equipment, so let's see what it does. This is a terrible idea. Yeah, no, stop. No, that was doomed to fail. I thought maybe if they didn't have those guys in the back, but they had a few guys in the back. Man, how do they have enough dudes to cover this entire front? And I don't. And I supposedly have more dudes than they do. It's because my beefcake squad. They just barely have enough, and I just barely don't have enough, but I also have beefcakes. We definitely want this. I actually don't know whether it's usually better to go infantry equipment first or support equipment first. As far as I can tell, it's like attack versus defense. I'm sure there's spreadsheets you could make about that. It's definitely not going to be okay to beef out any of these. Oh, not that I even can if I wanted to. That's interesting. Could I, however, train anything? I could get another beefcake, which would be very, very handy. Yeah, I think that's going to be the plan. It does eat a huge amount of our supply, but I think it's got to be done. We need more dudes in the field. And because this war is going so slow, I'm not going to pop them out early, because time is really not... Time is... I don't know if it's on our side, strictly speaking. Usually that's determined by factory count, which is... They have a slight edge on us, so technically time's on their side, but you know what? That might not matter in the grand scheme of things. It might not be that big a deal. We could send the thin line to start attacking now, and that wouldn't be the worst idea in the world. Yeah, it's time. They were yellow, now they're not, but that's more of a positional thing than anything. It'll be good to knock out their airplanes at least. You know, they still have them, but now they're pulled back to Madrid rather than flying over my lands. How can they get all the friggin' airplanes? The directory fell and they just got everything out of it. Oh no, this isn't good. This isn't good at all. Shouldn't that mean that they have pockets open somewhere? Theoretically. Do we want beefcakes to fix this? It's not good at all. It's interesting you decided to guard here and not here where there's a fort. Man, we really can't keep up. We have 2 full lines and we can't keep up with our demand. Can we spare another factory? I think we have to. For more iron so we can get more guns. I mean, guns and cannons and everything really, but...
Sí, señor.
Do we make another mad dash down south? That'd be fun. You know what? He's going, so might as well back this guy up. Like, what is this guy doing? He's having a great time. Or do I use him to encircle? I don't think I can. I don't think there's any circling points that I could wrap around to. So I'm just going to head down to Murcia. Hopefully, the plan here is to hopefully get some factories. And because I'm hugging ports, it won't be too terrible if I get him pocketed. Because as long as I'm standing on a port, supply won't be a problem. Japan has declared war on China. It's finally happened. I didn't think they would do it. I thought they were going after Russia. Oh, Soviet Union. Alright, Russia's been taken. Let's see if we can just do a full run. A full coastal tour of Spain. This is actually a pretty big push. Like, that's probably a mistake. We don't want to get too overextended, but I think I'm going to pull back Beefcake Squad to stay focused. But we'll see how many troops that the other line can spare. Let's just do full wrap-up of the south, of all the ports. Every port in Spain shall be ours. And we'll hopefully get as many... actually, I'd be okay with him moving there, because then we can just, like... get him there. If he moves here, then I take the airplanes, and I can just bop them. Right? Right. Of course, the smart thing to do would be to do this not with a beefcake. To do this with just like a random everyday dude, but what are you gonna do? Oh, right, I need this. Increasing soft attack, so we'll do more attack to soft people, which is humans. Which is most of our enemies. Won't do much to those tanks, but you know, gotta do what you gotta do. Whoop. We can improve artillery, which is very good. We do have some artillery, especially in our beefcakes. Which I think uniquely in our beefcakes. Could be wrong. Ooh, Spain's getting close. Can I just sprint to Madrid and knock them out? That'd be funny. Because like all this land has like very few... It does have some victory points, but... Oh, shoot! I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that at all. Anarchist victory in the Spanish Civil War. After a long and grueling civil war, and that it was. This was 4 years of civil war. Spanish anarchists have finally defeated their Republican and nationalist enemies and secured full control over Spain. Though isolated pockets of nationalist troops continue to wage a guerrilla war that may well hamper the formation of a peaceful commune in previously nationalist areas, it is unlikely that further coordinated resistance of any significance will materialize. As the various communes focus on rebuilding their war-torn villages, towns, cities, and industry, they have elected to remain organized under their wartime Regional Defense Council, apparently in response to increasingly hostile rhetoric in various world leaders' reactions to the anarchist victory. La guerra ha terminado. Oh boy! So we just got a boatload of guns, and, you know, basically we just got their stockpile of stuff. We now control all of their, you know, Spanish lands. That includes all the African stuff, all of this stuff. We now have full control. We are no longer at war with anybody. And we are now recovering from the Civil War, which basically means, yeah, the people had a real bad time, so they're taking a day off. They're taking a little bit of time off. Actually, let's see exactly how much time off. Until 40... They're taking 5 years off? I guess that's fair. Yeah, that was a hell of a civil war. Especially as anarchists. Oh, man. And, like, all of our soldiers disbanded because, you know... is this beefcake squads? I didn't realize I had actually more beefcake squads. Wow. Well, that's it, guys. We won the Spanish Civil War. From here, we would... Oh, a very good time for Portuguese anarchism to kick off. There's 9 days left on that. after that, I mean, the war has just started shaking up in Europe. Like, the people really don't want to be back at war, obviously. But in a world like this, might not have the option. I mean, Italy looks like it's falling, but you never know what might turn around. There's a whole lot happening in India. It looks like communist Italy is not doing so hot. Sorry, India is what I meant to say. Or maybe not, because they might be able to hang on to Bombay. I don't know if that's going to be enough for them. China can't survive naval landings. Like, China can put a pretty good fight against the Empire of Japan. Well, against Japan, if they're able to prevent Japan from landing navally, because there's nothing they can do about the sea. So as long as they have enough guys guarding the ports, they're pretty much fine, and they can just bog Japan down in a horrible, horrible land war, and eventually just win via attrition. The problem is AI China doesn't really staff their ports, so they just lose. Looking around, that's pretty much the biggest deal. Like, there's a lot of weird war going on in Germany that's like close-ish to history, but like with some spins, like the British Empire, the fact that Germany and Italy are allied but not. And us in the corner here, the regional defense of Aragon, the successful anarcho-communists. I have accidentally closed my chat. How do I get that back? Oops. I clicked a button by accident. Anyway, I think this is where we're gonna call it for today's stream. I will save this, and if there is interest, we will see. This would be Spain stream. If there is interest, we'll see about where we go from here. If we are going to join in on the European War, if we're gonna, well, actually, was there 9 days left until, I kind of want to see what happens. I don't know about you guys, but I kind of want to see what happens when this like finishes. Like, what happens to Portugal? I think we're just gonna see what this is, and then we're gonna call it. But as this wraps up, I'd like to thank everybody for joining us. It's been a spectacular time. I've learned a huge amount about this game. The Spanish Civil War is so good. La Résistance is so good. Oh man, look at all these factories. You know what? Let's start making some motorized. So we can start eventually pivoting into a motorized army. Of course, we don't have any rubber, we don't have anything. Our stockpiles aren't so much of a concern, so I'm actually going to cancel my steel shipments and just focus purely on civilian factories, I think. Yeah, we'll do civilian. It's something we desperately need. Yeah, for sure, like, when we continue this, there's going to be a long time of industrial buildup before we're able to really competently do anything. I do really want to see what happens here, though. So, here we are. Portuguese anarchism. What did that do? There might be some time. Here we are. Portuguese anarchism. Ever since the Aragonese anarchists fighting spilled over the Portuguese border, I can read. Local anarchist supporters have flocked to our cause. With well-planned and executed encouragement, pro-anarchist sentiment has spread like wildfire among the younger members of the Portuguese society. As a result of the transfer of the Aragonese anarchist weapon caches to these Portuguese anarchist cells, the situation in Portugal has escalated to the point where the government is suppressing a full-blown uprising. The leaders of this uprising have now requested more official and direct aid, proposing that we take the lead in the global anarchist struggle and suggesting that they join us more formally once the fighting subsides. So we join their war. So they declare war. Not very many of them. They become a puppet of us. And we're now at war with Portugal. Now, see, here's the thing. We have like basically no soldiers anymore because the Civil War ended and everybody went home. So we actually, if you compare the two of us, if I right click properly here, 68k, they have at least as much as us. So this is very likely a war that we would actually lose. So it's a very good thing that I just saved. Like, say for example, I just like walked here and just went to speed 5 and just called it that. Like, just walk forwards, see what happens. We make some good gains at first, no doubt, but that's because they had like no organization for some reason. Can we exploit this early advantage? Is this enough to win? I don't think so. I mean, they're just going to push us back in a second. Yeah, like, look at that. If everybody dies, by the way, I'm not going to call this a... Like, that's not the end of the world because I did just get a save. We can just reload that. This is mostly an experiment. Yeah, sure, keep doing that. Shoot. Is this going well? It's kind of interesting. Is this guy... No. No, this is going badly. Which is fine. So what I would do is I would probably load up this save, cancel the focus immediately before doing anything else, and just build up. I mean, honestly, we could probably have won this with like 1 or 2 more troops. If we just walk into Lisbon, is that enough? I'm still wondering if I can just cheese this victory really hard. But like, look, we're getting him pocketed, we're getting destroyed. For some reason, the Portuguese troops are not very well off. Like, they're all at like 0 organization. Is there something going on here that this caused? I don't think so. Can I boot you out quick enough? No, that's cavalry. There's no way I'm gonna win. Are we winning? Because like, even if they bleed into Spanish land, as long as we take Portugal itself, we win. Are we doing well? Well enough? No, our army is comprised entirely of pretty solid troops. And we have the other Portuguese on our side. Interested to see this one through. Maybe take a little bit more of an active role. That was an easy in pocket. It's a good thing we have that bonus to our movement speed. That's been helping us a lot. We just want all these victory points, basically, so... I'm interested. Like, I actually like the fact that they're taking Sevilla here because it's getting them out of Portugal. Our goal is to take all Portuguese victory points, or at least enough of them. So if they take a bunch of our land, we don't care. That's it. Wow. So that's cool. We now have an anarchist Portugal on our side, and they're our puppet. We would bring them under our protection. Oh, speaking of puppet, they don't exist anymore. Wow. Okay, so cool. We're no longer anarchist Spain. We are now anarchist Iberia. Okay, so we'll call that a pretty decent spot to end this because that was pretty spectacular. So the civil war in Iberia has ended. You know, everybody was sitting there watching and thought, you know, Portugal probably, doing fine, watching their neighbors, the Spanish, like freaking the hell out. And then after everything was done, as the dust settled, the Portuguese were like, now we kind of want that too. And, us benefactor Spanish, we helped them root out their oppressive rulers that were basically trying to keep this anarchist dream at bay, and liberated Iberia. Well, that's pretty exciting. So I'm going to go ahead and save this for realsies now. We can now core Portugal and keep going down here and just see whatever's next. I mean, looking here, Anarchism Knows No Borders is... it's Plant the Seeds of Revolution. That's very interesting. Global Defense Council, that is the... Interesting. So, yeah, we're from here. We can start... spreading anarchy all over the place and see what happens next. I don't know, we might sow it in Britain, France, Germany, Canada, maybe. That'd be fun. Wow. Okay. Well, thank you everybody for joining me. I look forward to the next time that we stream. It's been a very long time, and I'm glad to be back. So I hope you guys all enjoyed, and I'll see you all next time.